And we are live! Let me know if you guys, how the audio is for that. I can turn it up or down. You can also fix the music. I realized, like, right before streaming, that we actually didn't have really good music playing. So, usually we have game audio. But today, right now, we've got Spotify, like, synth. Let me see you guys. Ray, good to see you, glad to have you. Light, good to see you, glad to have you. Tiffany, good to see you, glad to have you. Kiko, good to see you, glad to have you. Sarah, good to see you, glad to have you. Raven, good to see you, glad to have you. It's all music. Okay. Guys, back up. Okay. Let me know if that's a little better. I know that the audio is going to be a little weird for a second. Too loud. Let me know if the music's fixed. Nice setup. Music is kind of big loud though. Okay. Oh, man, it's still loud. I see it. No idea why it's so loud coming from Spotify, but that should be a lot better. I can tweak it as we go on. Dance to the music. Ryan, good to glad to have you. Yukio, good to glad to have you. Ray, good to glad to have you. I'm glad you were able to catch it. Great setup. Yep, fix that. Hey, Elioaux, your vocals are very soft. You know what? We got a lot different today, so obviously it's a little different than usual. I'm gonna have to get in the habit of, like, moving over to talk to you guys when I want to talk to you guys. Okay, special meal for Raven. Put those jobstones on the plate. Okay, yeah, so we're gonna start with our jobstone garnish. Yeah. I prepared this before we began. I'm gonna move my monitor where I can see you guys a little closer so I can see you guys better. That should be a little better, at least. Okay, yes. It occurs to me now that the title is open to interpretation. Yes, for those who don't know, the title was done by Ray. So thank you for that, Ray. Wasn't reading the description, so where are we going to cook, Elioaux? So we're going to cook now. There are many and many more things over behind the scenes that you guys cannot see. We have a whole smorgasbord of food. I do not know how much we're going to get through. I forgot that I also have static today, so that's going to be later. But we've got a couple hours, and we've got a lot of prepped. Worst case, maybe we'll do a part 2, or at the very least, we'll continue that, throwing that over in the smorgasbord of the consumables over in our Discord. Hey guys, let him cook! Yeah. Great setup. Fix the music. That seems better. Look at the setup, incredible. Good, yeah, I'm glad you got it. We got a hot plate. We got all the stuff to start doing the wildwood scrambled eggs. Let me come to camera with that. So, our first recipe you guys decided on, wildwood scrambled. We're going to be using the Final Fantasy XIV cookbook, the ultimate. I keep doing the thing where I'm walking over to camera and forgetting that you guys can't hear me. But yes, we're going to be doing the Final Fantasy XIV Ultimate official cookbook. For those of you who don't know, it's a cookbook released by Square Enix with recipes for many of the foods that you can make in Final Fantasy XIV as a culinarian. and many besides, and has many lovely, wonderful pictures. One of the funny things about it, which we should do definitely a reading of beforehand. Aubrey, good to glad to have you. Eden, good to glad to have you. Hi. At least you'll be... Lady, good to glad to have you. Be well fed for the static, yeah. Behind the scenes Deadpool, behind the camera holding the script. Yeah, definitely. He'll definitely show up, I'm sure, at some point. Also, to anyone, if I missed you, Crepe, good to see, glad to have you. Sorry. But one of the fun things that's going on in this is that throughout the book, you have a Moogle and a Namazu, who are basically traveling around the world talking about these ingredients. And so I'm going to read their bits and pieces because they're actually, most of the recipes have some kind of little diatribe for them about the location or the person. So let's do it with the introduction. Or you know what, why don't I, before I do that, let me plug this in and start heating it up first. Also, if you hear a fan in the background, it's mostly because I know it's gonna get hot in here, so I'm blasting it. Ooh, that's very short. Give me one quick section. Okay, we have a partner going to solve the extension cable problem, so that gives me perfect time to read. The cookbook has lore and a story? Yes, it does. Why do you think I bought it? Okay. Let's get it going. Oh, there's also a foreword by Naoki Yoshida. Thank you for your interest in this book. Herein you will find recipes for dishes that appear in the video game Final Fantasy XIV. Our development team goes to great lengths devising the recipes to be featured in the game by researching various cuisines across the globe, arranging those to match, the world setting in Final Fantasy XIV, as well as considering what types of ingredients and seasonings would be used for them in-game. In this book, the recipe of those in-game dishes has been arranged so that they can be reproduced using real-life ingredients and seasonings. It's been truly interesting endeavor, and you'll be sure to savor the delicious flavors in every dish. So I hope that you or our Warriors of Light will enjoy trying your hand at crafting them. On a final note, for those who may have thought of this as just another cookbook when you picked it up, why not take this opportunity to jump into the world of Final Fantasy XIV? I'd be very happy if this inspires you to give the game a go. Naoki Yoshida, Final Fantasy XIV producer and director. I have to imagine, if there is at least one person in the world who picked up Final Fantasy XIV because of this, that would be amazing. Like, I gotta say. The Knight's Bread. So, we will have Knight's Bread. I'm probably gonna have to show it in consumables because there wasn't enough time. It didn't proof all the way, so it'll be done tomorrow. I'll definitely post pictures of it. I started doing the Namazu tribal quest only a few days ago, but more those catfish people are so fun. Dude, the Namazu quests are hysterical. Okay. Introduction. Welcome to my greatest creation yet. This must be the very start of your journey through the wonderful world of cooking. A tasty adventure for all you, yes? Ah, but I must introduce myself first. I am Gourmand Gyohan, the soon-to-be famous Namazu culinarian. Back in Dohor Ilo, we in Namazu are hosting a great festival for all to come and enjoy. We will, yes, you will, yes? Perhaps you will visit and spend lots of money, yes? You see, this festival is necessary if we are to avoid calamity and to save our people, and a festival without the best food around is no festival at all. I decided to become the best cook around and strive for culinary genius, but out of the blue, I was visited by greatness themselves. You know the Warrior of Light, yes? I was working on a new cooking collaboration and requested Seigetsu and send someone to assist. To my surprise, the Warrior of Light shows up at my campfire offering a hand. They did what I asked to help me create a great dish of Namazu stylings, and the results were still mediocre. A disappointment. Far less disappointing than all my previous attempts. And the components the Warrior of Light contributed were delicious, inspiring. After they left, I decided that my proud Namazu training would never make me the gourmand I wanted to be, so I departed on the first ship crossing the Ruby Sea. I was seeking the Bismarck, a great restaurant where the Warrior of Light first trained, but the ship I boarded ended up in the very cold, freezing Kurthis. So if you don't know, the Bismarck is the where the cooking guild is in Lenosia, in Limsa. Hey, see, good to glad to have you. Yeah, that was cute. That would be pretty funny, right? Can you imagine like a grandma in their like 60s picking up the cookbook and be like, "What's this Final Fantasy 16?" and then like getting into it and then starting doing hardcore raiding? I want the story of someone who got into this game from this cookbook who then completed an ultimate. I need that in my life. Can we admire Hoshipi's humble nature? Yes, we can. Okay, continuing on in the introduction. Were you going to introduce your co-writer, Kupo? Or am I going to have to save you like I did when you were frozen fish in the Highlands? I am Mulgaria, a master of Meandrin. It's a Moogle, obviously. I was part of the Mogmenders, but they were always getting their hands dirty. I'm far too busy seeing all the great sights across Hydaelyn, and none are greater than the places the Warrior of Light has been. I've gotten word that they were seen in Ishgard, so I was on my way when I came across 2 fish legs sticking out of the snow, Kupo. I was quite surprised to find a Namazu all the way out here, almost frozen solid, and I took him to Mogholm to thaw out. Once Gyohan was warm enough to talk, I learned of his cooking journey, and just how bad his sense of direction is, Kupo. Indeed. I was certain I was heading in the correct direction, but Mulgura saved my fins from certain disaster. She's quite talented at getting around, you see. So I asked if she could take me to the Bismarck, to which she replied, Kupo, I'm already late for my Warrior of Light visit. Another time, Kupo. I was shocked. Lord, what a coincidence that I was seeking the same person. I do not sound like that, but it's true. We have the same admiration for the Warrior of Light, and realized our goals are the same. Gyohan dreams of being a great chef following the legend of the Warrior of Light, and I want to go to every locale they have graced, making us the perfect combo, Kupo. So I grabbed my sketchbook and Gyohan and his skillet, and off we went. This book is the result of our massive cooperation. We hope you enjoy the amazing food and image from all the places our heroes visited, Kupo. Yes, and please visit our festival. Washohoi! There's a section about all the locations that they went to, including a section on Novarand. Which is interesting. But we won't go into those because it is a long-ass section. It's perfect. It is so good. Just the voice of an angel. That Moogle sounds like it's from the streets. Oh, beautiful. Okay, guys. Without further ado, shall we get going, though? The breakfast dish we will be working on is we're going to be doing... I'm an Elzen boy, so we're going to be doing those wildwood scrambled eggs. And there's a passage from Gyohan about it. The shaded bower in Gridania has so many tasty ingredients, but it can be hard to find the freshest varieties unless you arrive in the early day. I woke up before the sun rose to find some inspiration at the market, but Mogura was too sleepy to join. Yes. I found some great mushrooms and eggs that came back to make her a tasty scrambled egg breakfast. It all looked so good that I almost ate all of it before she got up. Yes. Okay. Well then, let us get Gyohan. Sadly, we're gonna have to lose a cactar for today because we got a hot pot to work with. Okay. Honestly, after I met the Namazu and Endwalker's last location, I do believe in their ability to traverse logically impossible places. Well, it's interesting, Infinite, when it comes to Ultima Thule in specific, the way by which people can enter there is actually pretty straightforward. There's basically just a direct link between the Ragnarok that we took home and the Ragnarok that exists in Ultima Thule that is effectively made of Dynamis. And so that, it's basically a portal, a la how we would get from Norvrant to Eorzean, or similar. Time for some knife ear food, some giraffe food. Okay, let's see. Set frying pan over medium-high heat. Add the butter and oil to the melt butter. Add the shallots and cook until soft in about 2 minutes. Add the mushrooms. Cook until they have turned golden brown. Okay. Lemon juice, pepper, get the eggs, sour cream, have a medium bowl. Heat a pan with them. Okay. Assistant, in case you're watching, could you get me some bowls for mixing? Also, what the hell? Okay. What is a shallot? Is that? Oh, interesting. Oh, that's what this is. Okay, well, time to get some slicing and dicing and chopping up those veggies. There will be parts, obviously, where I'm going to be doing things where I'm not necessarily going to be talking, maybe, because I'll be away from the mic. But feel free to ask questions if you have any. Well, you know what? I got a better idea. Why don't I swap? Yes. Yes. Solutions. Okay. I don't know if I've ever had a shallot before. Is it just a type of onion? Oh, that's what this is. Oh, he's already here, guys. Deadpool, you wanna come here? You wanna come here? Come here, buddy. Deadpool. Oh, what you... Where did your treats go? Oh, they're back. Give me a second. I'll get you your treats. He wants his treat. Actually, wait, buddy, can you... I don't suppose... No, you can't reach that high. I was gonna try to see if you could stand on his hind legs to enter in camera, but I don't think he can get that high. Milder onions, yep. I mean, like, visually I was like, okay, this is clearly an onion, but I just don't think I've ever referred to it that way. Okay. So, we're gonna do this, I need to dice up this a little bit, and these mushrooms I like a little bit finer, so I think I'll cut them up a little finer. I'm also gonna be trying to make small portions, because we've got a lot of food to go through. And... that should be good to go. Olive oil. Yeah, no worries. I won't give the boy any onion. I'm better than that. Okay. Well, you know what? When I look at the recipe, it kind of shows the mushrooms being pretty large, so maybe I will just go ahead and toss them in as is. Imagine cooking and eating everything in the book on one stream. Dude, I don't know how... I'm going to be happy if we get through all the things we have planned, let alone cooking everything and eating everything. I am not a man of huge appetites until I am. Basically, I'm always, like, eating, like, one meal a day, maybe. And then sometimes... but yeah. Okay. Come on. Also, if I terrify or upset anyone because I'm doing something that looks remarkably unsafe, don't do as I do. I am not a professional by any means. Ooh. That is a, how do I put this? That is a onion that is very mild, but also you can tell it's an onion. I mean, to be fair, that's my fault. I cut off its ends, so it's now going crazy. Hi, buddy. You can't have any of this. I'm sorry. Honestly, I'm just gonna use a little bit of it as like kind of like a garnish. Let me also... okay, so let's see. Set medium prep, add the shell and cook until soft, add 2 minutes, add the mushrooms and cook until it turns into a golden brown to 10 to 15 minutes. Yeah, we're gonna go harder than that. Butter and oil. Let's get some butter. Do I have any utensils other than... yes. That should work. Is Deadpool giving you the tempering eyes? Yeah, I mean, he always... you guys should see him right now. He's just sitting in the corner, staring at me with eyes going like... very cute. The Namazu and the Moogle didn't actually travel to Norvrant. The Moogle just found notes about it about the first. Nice. Thanks, Sarah. Right, because you've already gone through the book some, right? Decoy, good to glad to have you. Eating everything is the extreme version. Cooking book extreme unlocked. Well, good to see, glad to have you. I feel Alice can cook quite well given she traveled alone for a while. Alfie, meanwhile, can't cook to save his life. You know, it's an interesting question. But the thing is, I believe she could cook like a stew for traveling and survival. But that does not necessarily mean the capacity to create fine cuisine, right? Because those are actually different skill sets. I would believe it, though. But I would just say, like, I don't think that immediately. Although I also would buy Jaruntia would be a pretty good cook, you know? Then again, they talk about kind of how Alamegans a lot of times aren't great cooks. They kind of just throw shit together and season it. And not like in a Thavnarian way. There's some, like, lore about how Alamegans, like, are poor cooks. Okay, cool. So that's all going. What can I work on next? What's to egg? Okay, let's do those eggs. Okay, what does this call for? This calls for 4 eggs. Might be a bit much for me. We might go for 2. Deadpool, you wanna get some egg yolk off my foot? Here. Yep. There you go, bud. Alamigo as British cuisine. I mean, honestly, it's more like Charlene as British cuisine, but yeah. When all else fails, curry over rice. I mean, curry over rice is always going to be good. Try having 2 doggies doing it at the same time while 2 cats are also trying to... Oh my god. Sounds like that does sound like savage. Charlene who can cook well would probably be seen as a rarity. I mean, it is, right? And, like, that's one of the reasons that, like, the last... Well, actually, you know what's interesting? It's not so much, it seems... Based on the comments we get, it's not that, for instance, like, the last stand in and of itself is inherently a rarity. It's that most students don't actually care that much. And so what happens is that the reasons... is that not that, like, no one is incapable of learning, so much as that, like, supply and demand, most people don't even bother go to the last stand even though it exists. Yeah, at least DP can be Deadpool can be a little vacuum. Well, I'm happy you're hanging out with me, bud. That feels so unsanitary. What, Deadpool licking something on my foot? I have some bad news about dogs and their mouths in general. Oh wow, can you? Interesting. I can see you guys can probably hear that quite a bit. Let me turn down. Let me know, is my talk audio still good? Let me know if the noises are bad. ASMR stream, yeah. Yes, we can hear the whisking. If anyone finds it annoying, let me know and I can figure out some solutions. Hell, the cooking alchemy quest for Endwalker is about a student of nutritional falling in love with cooking tasty food. Right, exactly. I mean, I don't think it's a problem with us on hearing the mic mixing. Seems fine to me. Cool. I just know that, like, it, you know, nails on chalkboard, that kind of thing. If anyone's bothering that way, just let me know. Good, not annoying? Sweet. Cool, good to glad to have you. Culinary main? Yeah, well, you know, ironic since technically, canonically, I think when I made Elioaux, he was a blacksmith. But, you know, at this point, hey, I'll take it. Feel very anxious about there not being a hood over the pan. Well, it's just a hot plate, and the thing is that the thing is that what's going to be coming off is not going to be... We're not working at particularly high heat. It's going to be fine. Hi, can you, if you're going to be sneezy like that, give me a second, okay? He's grumpy because I'm not dropping enough stuff. Okay. So, turns out you have to press start for this hot pat, so I've been waiting this whole time for it to heat up, and it's just been sitting there. But that's fine. It's a learning process. Pupper sneezes, so cute. Yeah, well, so what he does, Deadpool just sits there, and if he's like a little grumpy and he wants you to do something, he does one of 2 things, where he goes, boof, 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 or he goes, and it's kind of like It looks like he's sneezing, but what he's actually doing is kind of barking. It's very strange. Well, I mean, as long as there's no onion in it, Deadpool can definitely have some. He's a good boy. You good boy? Mix together eggs and sour cream. Okay, let me add some of that sour cream. I am also going to try to not modify them too much to like what I think I would like. I am instead going to try what they say is the right thing. Or what? That might be a lot of pepper for only 2 eggs. I'm gonna add a third in. Okay. And then they say, how much? 1 tablespoon of lemon juice. Hey, buddy. I'm just gonna periodically give you treats because it's cute and it'll keep you busy. Sour cream, heavy cream, medium bowl. Honestly, I can just, yeah. You know why I like cooking more than I like baking? Because you can eye things most of the time in you're good to go. And like you can learn to eye things. 2 tablespoons of sour cream, 1 tablespoon of heavy cream. Okay, that's, there we go. That's more than enough. Oh, thank you. Partner came in with extra utensils. Oh, okay. You know what? This is all smelling good. It's all smelling real good. Also, sorry, yeah, there's going to be probably some bright light on the right just from the open window. Valentine's Day quest this year, lady. Oh, what was the lady's question? Well, we know Eorzean is a good cook. Right. True, yeah. Which, I mean, she probably should surprise no one, right? Olive oil has high smoke points, so there's no worry of burning it. Yeah. I'm gonna turn it down to medium. Or what? Actually, this is looking pretty good. I'm gonna go ahead and add a little bit more mushroom. So is now a bad time to say I woke up this morning feeling very nauseous? And I'm really thankful because right now I'm actually starting to get hungry. Don't the Loporrits also say something about it? About Eorzean? If from the quest, I don't remember. You know who might, though, is Ray Ray, if Ray Ray's around. Because Ray Ray, I think... Yeah, Ray Ray, you did a archived for last Valentine's Day, right? Gonna eat good then? Yeah, yeah. Also, how are y'all doing? Partner just keeps coming back in with more plates and utensils because it's like... Might need a few. Okay, what's the order of how they want me to do this? Remove from pan, heat, season the mushrooms with lemon juice. Yeah. Whisk together over medium heat until butter is melted. You know, it's okay. I'm gonna leave this up to you guys to vote on. I kind of want to do a mixed omelet because that sounds delicious. Technically, this recipe is supposed to be an omelet, and then it's supposed to be, you know, it's like eggs on the side, and then it's supposed to be like the mushrooms on the side. Do I go with what, like, here? He did it. That is how it's supposed to be. But what I want to do is I just want to mix them together because that sounds delicious. Can I get a all in favor of a mix? Say sloppy. Sloppy, sloppy, sloppy. Okay. 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 Okay, cool. I feel that I'm good enough to go with that then. You're not gonna lie, this thing's actually pretty dope. Okay. You're gonna be trash for now. We're gonna leave that on the side. Then we are going to throw butter on. Well, yeah, these are supposed to be a scramble, so yeah, let's go for it. Butter is melted. Just so you guys can see the... That's supposed to be over medium, I believe. I'm so used to not even looking. I just like am used to like fiddling with knobs and just like having an intuitive sense. So this actually following instructions is throwing me for a real loop. Cool. Okay. Let's take this time to clean up. Also, if y'all have any questions or any things you want to touch on, feel free to ask. And if I miss anything, feel free to ask again. Crowd can cook, but doesn't let it on that she can. I believe that. I feel that the process of democracy was very sloppy. Sarah, good to see, glad to have you. Estinian seems like he would be a terrible cook. I think that's fair. I think that's fair. I feel like Estinian probably on a number of levels would be like, you know, what even would he say with like sustenance one way or another is all I need. Doesn't matter. Like he doesn't like I'm sure he appreciates flavor, but he's the pragmatist, right? He doesn't care. He would somehow burn soup. I feel like Thancred would be a surprisingly good cook. If you think about the way he's been a romantic in the past and a spy, I feel like part of his skill set would be knowing how to cook. Jill doesn't actually strike me as the cooking type. She is dedicated to books. I mean, yeah, honestly, she's a Charlene in many ways. Plus, Runar handles the cooking in the relationship. Yeah, that's true. I buy that. Ooh, these are fluffy. Yeah. Ooh, yeah. There might be a little bit too much pepper and there might be a little bit too much pepper and salt, but I think especially with the mushrooms, it's gonna even out. Okay. Put back onto medium. And then I'm gonna... Oh, hi, buddy. Do you really want a little? Here you go, bud. Okay. Look, I will be the first to say I am not Mr. Number One in terms of making things appealing. But my things do taste good, I will say that. Okay, guys. Oh, I didn't add the feta cheese. Although I may not add the feta. Wow. Didn't add it. I'm gonna add the feta cheese. I said I wasn't gonna try to modify things too much. Taste is the most important. Totally agreed. Okay. I don't like pickles on my burgers either. It's not. I don't like pickles either. I also have a lot of things. Well, okay. I like pickles on like a spicy chicken sandwich as a counterpoint, and I love pickles. But like I don't like I only ever get when I get burgers. Like if I get a like a regular cheeseburger, I just want cheese patty bun. But like I love like a mushroom Swiss burger. I love mushrooms. Speaking of loving mushrooms. Okay. Well, guys, I think it's time to chow in on the first thing. I'm gonna grab a drink real quick. Hi, Smiles. Okie dokie dokie doke. I like pickles really good, just not hamburgers. Dude, I will, you know, one of my weird food things, I'll drink pickle juice. I'm that kind of weirdo. Dude, where'd my belt go? Oh well. Okay, guys, shall we dig into our first food? Itadakimasu. Itadakimasu. I used a little too much lemon juice. A little bit. There's definitely like a lot of like like tartness of it, but not in a bad way. I think the main problem was I used too few. I had so many more mushrooms and I used all the lemon. But honestly, it's still great. Dude, this is awesome. Dude, this is super good. I mean, I shouldn't be surprised, right? Cal, good to see you. Glad to have you. Healthy, yep. My partner keeps coming in with the assist and like grabbing me stuff. They also just grabbed my belt. Substitute with lemon zest if you don't like using too much juice. Honestly, it's not the juice. The juice is fine. I just don't like lemon as a agent. Like I don't even like I don't like lemon with salmon, or I think that one, I definitely use too much, but two, I think just in general I might just omit it because like I love the savoriness of like onion and mushroom on its own. Like a good sauteed mushroom and onion is like, oh. Lemon, the deceiver. Dude, guys, I know we recently finished Endwalker, but I gotta say, the level to which I already loved the Loporrits and the level to which small moments that I hadn't like really corely remembered were wonderful was fantastic. Cooking Way, like Living Way was probably my favorite Loporrit, and then it was like, you know, Living Way and Pudding Way were like, oh, I love them, and part of it just because Living Way, like, synchronicities and vocal performance. But coming off the back of Endwalker, I think Cooking Way might be my favorite because Cooking Way is pretty awesome. Ray, you use lemon juice as a condiment? That is... I don't have a reason why I'm going to say this, but that seems very you. It's kind of like I could imagine you, like, dipping your french fries, chips in salt instead of ketchup. Or something crazy. Dr. Pepper, good choice. Indeed. Drink of champions. Hi, Deadpool. Hi. I'm surprised Gridania had protein even though they can't domesticate animals for food. So the thing that's important about Gridania, right, is like there is hunting allowed by the elementals. It's not that there's no hunting. It's just very strictly regulated. The protein isn't completely unheard of. It's just a rarity, or more rare. And that's why they use a lot of things like Moon Tui and stuff like that, right? I totally drank pickle juice when I was younger. I like vinegar. Yeah, I mean, right? Yep. Oh man, now I'm hankering for some of that. Might have to come up with a long neck scrambled egg soon. Big recommend, Eden. It's very good. Very good. I will say that the creams, I think, were awesome in the eggs. I think the only thing I would have adjusted about this, I think the thing, if I was to adjust this again, I would make much more mushrooms. I'm making a smaller portion here, obviously, because we're cooking. And then also, honestly, I would have just omitted the lemon zest, but that I think is going to be personal. If it was Ray, I would have doubled the lemon zest. When life gives you lemons, make lemon muffins. Great quote. Also, when God gives you lemons, you find a new God. Anyone recognize that? Lemon poppy seed muffins are the best. I love malt vinegar on fries. It's part of why I love going to Five Guys. They can have it for you. You know, it's interesting. I don't like vinegar as a condiment. I like vinegar. Like, I'll drink pickle juice and I like pickles, but I don't necessarily like it mixed with things. But again, we know my whole thing with fruit. Which I know vinegar is not a fruit. My point was just being like, we know I like fruit and I like baked goods. I don't like fruit and baked goods. So, you know, I am full of multitudes. Let's just say. Okay, guys. What is next up? Ooh, okay. We've got meat McKebab. I don't know why I keep going. And no, Raven, we're not using the red mage chopstone as garnish. One food cooked, stream over. Yep, that's definitely how it goes, Crepe. When life gives you carrots, make carrot cake. That... Big life, take lemons back. Sarah, what did Sarah say? No, Sarah does it. Cal just made some this morning with a nice lemon glaze on top. Ah, see. Woman after your own heart. Take the Klingon approach. Tez, good to see, glad to have you. Kill your own gods because they were more trouble than they were worth. I mean, as we find out that's quite often the JRPG way, isn't it? Killing gods because they're more trouble than they're worth. Okay. Okay. Oh, okay. We didn't come up with a good solution for the meat kebab other than kind of just cooking it straight on the plate. I may only make one meat kebab. One, because of the amount. And two, just because, like, they're, like, weirdly involved in some of their prep. Okay, cool. I was trying to figure out why I couldn't find meat, and then I remembered it's because Deadpool and my partner's cat kept trying to get into get into the chicken. Oh, the pre-seasoned. Oh, thank you. Thank you for. My partner did a couple of things where they did some pre-setup, and I very, 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 very much appreciate them not only for doing that, but they also went out into the store and grabbed a lot of this. So, thank you. When life gives you lemons, squirt them in the eyes of your enemies and watch them squirm. Or you can make something nice. I feel like, you know, when life gives you lemons, make lemonade. The fact that we're all reinterpreting that in our own way says something about our own dispositions. Stinian would try and put out a grease fire with water. I'm pretty sure he tried to put out a grease fire with his spear. Right? Like, can we all agree on that? Are we all in agreement that Stinian would straight up just, like, try to attack the grease fire? That actually sounds like some fan fiction I'd read. I like vinegar and potato chips. You know, I don't. And I feel like I should because I like vinegar. It's a good point. What it says about me. Yes, he would. He just jump up and down on it. Yep. I mean, I guess if he jumped fast enough, he could probably suck out all the air to potentially extinguish the fire. Okay. So, technically this asks to use tomatoes, but I think the idea of eating a tomato in any way that is not ketchup is disgusting. Well, okay, or pizza. That's the one other time. So I'm going to instead use grilled peppers, which is, it says tomatoes and or peppered, so. I mean, I guess it's just straight grilled. Okay, that's cool. That works for me. Oh, that pepper actually smells pretty good. I love tomatoes, and the picky eater is... I'm not picky. I'm specific. I have opinions, goddammit. Oh, you know what? I bet I know what. I think it doesn't want to grill if there's nothing on it at all, which is a smart safety feature, to be fair. Okay, you know what? I think this is going to be fine. You know what? Let's not do a whole. Let's do segments. That's a bit much. Hi, buddy. Okay, so for the prep for this, the Kebab, let me read what the good Moogle boy said. Moogle girl, actually. At the quicksand in Ul'dah, I saw the brooding Mikote seated in the corner. Yeah, so you should be able to hear me now. The problem is I forget that when the power breaker went off for my thing, and when the power breaker goes off, like all the inner power to the room gets lost, so just everything shut down all at once. So yeah, wouldn't be an Eorzean archive stream if that didn't happen at least once, right? But yeah, also the audio, I forgot I have to repower my box. Cool. Looks like we lost some people, but that's okay. We'll continue on. Thanks for sticking around, guys. So, if you remember, we were last working on meat mikabobs. So I'm gonna have to break off some of this. Make it fit. Should we say the stripper? What? I want that shirt. It's a good shirt, isn't it? But yeah. Okay, did you guys miss me while I was gone? Let me continue reading the excerpt from the Moogle. At the quicksand in Uldar, sat a broom Mikote seated in the corner. He was probably trying to keep to himself, but his blazing red duelist attire was hard to miss. Coupeau. I started giggling when I noticed that the rapier at his side resembled the skewers of meat he was eating, but I think that was just a coincidence. Or maybe it wasn't. Ugh, now I don't know. Coupeau. Should have asked him. So, probably talking about Druntia there, right? Okay, so that skewer's gonna get going. Honestly, that was it. The skewer was pretty simple because basically we all did all the ground up and honey and stuff. Let me describe what's in it actually though. Szechuan peppercorn, black peppercorn, coriander seed, garlic paste, ginger paste, soy sauce, mirin, sesame oil, honey. This is gonna be very peppery and very sweet. It's actually sounds great. So you know how y'all remind me to tune at the Aetheryte? Could someone remind me to walk the other way around instead of walking to my left? Nope, nope, don't do it. Do it again. It does sound like a yummy marinade. Yes, it does. Still sad during our 16 discussion that the red mages would turn to rocks in Valistea. I mean, really that's a problem of all magic casters. Black, white, or it seems like anyone using crystals magic. I mean, even it seems like the dominance on a long enough time scale. Sounds a little spicy. Oh man, I definitely know I'd want that. I don't know. We'll see if it's actually that spicy. I suspected it's going to be just fine. But maybe I'm too used to it. Again, that marinade looks freaking bomb. It's going to be great. Yeah. Well, I'm excited too because I'm going to have lots of leftovers I'll be able to share with my partners. For the spices in this, I used my mortar and pestle. Felt probably witchy while grinding them up. Yeah. I think my partner ground them up with the blender, but that sounds fun. Oh, don't worry. I kept the burner. It's completely away from everything that could fall, so no worries on that end. Elioaux, walk around the window side of the table. Just watch for the pan handles, plates. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Kathra. Yeah, I think what I'm going to remember for this recipe is this is definitely one of those ones that you would want to try if like you had company over and we're out grilling. No, because this one's cooled off. Partner hand this. I'm glad you guys can't see what's below the desk, because if you could see the current setup for how this is also stabilized, I'm not sure you would be congratulating me. Buddy, good to glad to have you. Okay, how many of you guys either own this cookbook or have cooked from this cookbook? And also, how many of you are interested in getting it if you haven't? Because I have to say, I've never been a cookbook person. Historically, I learned recipes on the fly from someone, and then kind of like mix and adapt and like know them by heart. You know what? I bet Deadpool is around. You know, one of the reasons that I think Deadpool wasn't around is he came downstairs. He followed me downstairs when I reset the breaker because I had to go down 2 floors. Oh man, he was yeah. All I had to say was his name, and he came up 2 flights of stairs. Hey, buddy. I can't give you chicken because it's marinated, and I don't think that's all that stuff's good for you. Yeah, it turns out using an induction plate with a pan when you're supposed to use a grill, not exactly the best way to do it. But I think it'll be okay. Yo, what, bud? You know what? That's actually working pretty well. Hey, buddy, you want to come say hi to everyone? Come here. Yeah, one of the other things I did that I think is going to solve the power problem in the future is I turned down the wattage on this thing. Such a cute, fluffy boy, yes. Very good. That's just a voice. No, this is really just yakitori, isn't it? I mean, I guess the spices aren't quite like yakitori. At least not the versions of yakitori I've had. But this is just yakitori. Like the mirin glaze, a lot of the aspects of the glaze are super similar. Okay, guys. Ready for a kebab? Fuck, that's actually really good. Oh, it's coming, Kathra. I'll do it. Hey, for all you know, the end of this stream is the final cooked ingredient is a Deadpool treat. Okay, now that I have the house to myself, it's time for a glass of pixie berry tea and make some coffee biscuits. Hell yeah! He looks like a large corgi, may know he's a Swedish Valhound. Purebred, though he definitely looks like a mix for sure. Did you check in with the meat thermometer? No. Of course I didn't. I cooked it to the appropriate temperature and then I ate it. And then I pay for it later. To no one's surprise or chagrin. I'm gonna like start putting this all together. Man. I actually really am enjoying all the things we've had so far. They're delicious. Please do not cook Deadpool. I want to cook Deadpool as one of his treats. I've never cooked Deadpool. Man, I'd die for Deadpool. And so would you. Okay. Oh, yeah, boy. Cool. Next up, we got miso soup and tofu. For those who don't know miso soup, it's a very common soup in Japan and it is so good. It's so good for breakfast. I cannot tell you how good miso soup. I mean, here's the thing that's great about miso soup. Miso soup works at breakfast, lunch, or dinner and is just always great. Yes, we would. See, Ray gets it. Ray gets it. I did not just eat a dead poultry. No, I ate a little piece of chicken. Hold on. What's the rating for the food you've eaten so far, Elioux? Yeah. Okay. Okay. You guys got to come up with the scale is though, right? Like I'll give you an answer, but you guys come up with what the scale is. I want you guys to agree on what it is. Like what's good, bad, even. 5 Merrick butts. I don't like out of 10. Like what are you talking here? The book is just visually stunning. Look, if there's one thing the Japanese are good at, it is, presentation, right? Probably take a bullet for Deadpool, Mood Raven. Best breakfast dish ever. Ryan, I couldn't agree. You guys know I'm terrible with favorites or bests, right? No question. Number 1 breakfast dish for breakfast. Like, this is important. Because I'm not saying, like, oh, pancakes count in this. I'm saying breakfast dish for breakfast. So before 10 a.m. is mirin glazed salmon, gohan, like sushi rice, and miso soup. It's miso shiru. It's just like, no question, not even a contest. Oh, lovely partner of mine. Could you fetch me some water for the miso shiru? Actually, I'm curious. What do they do for this? Hey, buddy. That slaps Elioux. It does, right? Scale is from Archon Loaf to the burger from The Last Stand. That is a good... I like that. That is good. Okay. I would give... the meat kebab... So, the meat kebab was... Thank you. Okay, you know what? The problem is that I thought that was a good scale, and then I realized it's kind of a binary, isn't it? Okay, someone help me get what are the increments along the direction for this? Lynn, good to see, glad to have you. Yukiya, weird question. I want to pose anyone here because I haven't been to Kugane for a long time. Does the Kugane Inn have a cooking area in the room? I don't know if it has a cooking area. I know it has food. Honestly, 1 cup of miso shiru should be good. Okay, also we got another entrance by Johan. When we visited Kugane, every restaurant and food stall had miso soup. I wanted to eat soup at all of them before deciding on my own miso soup recipe. But Mogira said that they all looked similar and her sketches weren't very different. My favorite food stall in Kogane Dori, simple, yet delicate. So one of the things that's great about miso soup is effectively, okay, technically with tofu and the other additives, it's more, but effectively it's 3 ingredients, which are water, miso paste, and hondashi. And so, like, the thing is that just using those 3 ingredients, you can make it taste wildly different based on your ratios. And so, like, even though there's only 3 ingredients, making it the way you like it is an art form in and of itself. 1 into 10 Archon. Archon Loaf, Pan Loaf, Culinarians Guild Special, Last Stand. 5 is dried squid for sure. And they have to say it's 2 Archon Loafs bad. It's 3 burgers, awesome. Okay. Okay. I would say meat kebab, it's 1 burger. It was real good. It was good. Not my favorite. The glazing was awesome, and I would take that on chicken. Technically, it was supposed to be duck. We used chicken. I definitely, that sort of like marinade, I would just use that for anything. I feel like the marinade's higher, everything else is like, yeah, good. Perfectly good. It's a kebab. I mean, what are you expecting? The eggs slapped, definitely. Some of the best scrambled eggs I've ever had. I mean, mushrooms are always good. The lemon is, I feel, completely unnecessary and would gladly drop. The addition of the onion, I think, was very, very good. I'm so used to having that mixed in. Actually, having that on the side, I thought was delicious. And I think I will be making the wild wood Eorzean scrambled eggs for breakfast or for a late, like, midnight snack at some point. I feel like that's almost the best thing you can say is, like, would you go make this again of your own accord? You know? Yeah. I think you just have to say it's too, yeah. Tofu, kombu, bean sprout, and green onion is what I always put in it. That's what my grandmother does. Yeah, very traditional, very classic. I personally, negi and tofu are like all I care to put in it. So green onion and tofu. But kombu and bean sprout. Bean sprout's actually a little more rare I find these days, but kombu especially very, very common. Yeah, nori in general. Cantaloupe is worse than archon loaf. Would having miso soup as breakfast? Just the soup? Yeah. Oh yeah. Just having miso soup for breakfast is totally a thing. I mean, I know I've done it. I know I've been in Japan. I did, like the traditional breakfast would have more things, but I like just having it for breakfast. I think is very much like having miso soup with gohan if you were like on the go and like had to eat quick. Super reasonable. Yeah, I was thinking I wanted to make it again. Great indicator between ease of cooking and versus taste. Yeah. Well, that's the thing that I think was very surprised about with the Wildwood Eorzean eggs is like it's effectively mainly just the usual things you sort, but like onion and mushroom and stuff you put in an omelet and stuff wouldn't be that crazy. But I would say that a little extra bit of cream and the salt and pepper to the degree it had it, definitely a bump up. So right now, the water's got to boil, but we've got water. We got a cup of water in there. Let me go grab... Oh, yes. Oh, yes. We got our ingredients. Oh, actually, you know what? I'm going to... partner, I can actually go grab this, but if you want to, we have a thing of hondashi instead of traditional umami dashi. It'll be like a box with like blue at the top. If you need me to go grab it because you have no idea what I'm talking about or where it is, that's totally fine. But that's the other thing is I guess dashi is not dashi. So like, how you prefer your dashi, I think grossly changes how you like your miso soup. But dude, if you want to like the definition of umami, like, well, I mean, one, dashi is kind of like the definition of umami, but like miso soup is like the definition of umami in my head. Okay, so we had about a cup of water, which means we don't need much dashi and we don't need much paste. There's also 3 types of miso paste. So you've got white miso paste, red miso paste, and mixed. I think it technically has another name, but which is a mixture of the two. The difference is kind of hard to explain. White is way more smooth, less flavorful, but like most of the flavor for miso doesn't come from the paste anyways, whereas red is like a more... Okay. Texture-y? I don't know. Red's got more character to it, I guess might be a way to put it. You know what it's kind of like, different white and red wines. I'm sure that's making them laugh, Eden. Whenever Elioaux says partner, I'm just imagining a cowboy helping Elioaux out. I think I've been watching too many old westerns. Umami adjective miso soup. That's like genuinely you're not wrong. Alright, I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna see. Deadpool is laying down there. He's just like looking up at me like, give me something more, fool. Not again! Oh my lord. Okay. And we're back. You know, also, I'm going to say, like, I love the fact that now I come in here and it smells like good food. I kind of now want to just, like, do permanent, like, cooking streams and let it suffuse the area. Oh, hey, wait. My thing disappeared. Where'd chat go? Dune Lil, I don't know if you're watching. I'm gonna take up your advice to like update my stream elements. I just need to sit down and do it. I keep having so many problems with the like stream chat. Dude, also I don't know if it's a camera or what's going on right now, but this makes me look very tall. I mean, I'm like 5'11", so I'm not sure, but like, okay. It's always good to have extra miso. Let's go ahead and take the time while that's boiling. To clean up the stage a little bit, so you guys can see a little better. White miso is fermented with rice exclusively, while red is fermented with barley and the other grains. I didn't know that, Ryan. I only knew the like qualitative difference. I didn't know that like what the actual causation of it was. Thank you for telling me that. Miso soup with rice dishes are great. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I could genuinely survive for an unreasonable amount of time with nothing but miso soup and white rice and like sushi rice, like gohan. I mean, I would have to have like green onion and tofu in there, but that would take me so far. And if I was allowed soy sauce and unlimited tofu as well, so like I could have like just straight tofu with soy sauce on it, boom. I'm very lucky. My partner is coming in and like helping clean up and grab stuff, and I'm just like, but don't throw it away because I definitely want to eat more of it later. Tall enough, you could hold your arms out and I could walk under you, no problem. Yeah, like T-posing Elioaux. Personally, I like using fermented pepper paste. I don't know that I've ever used fermented pepper paste. That actually sounds good. That unwatched Poppy scary. Well, if I watch it, it'll never boil. Zeb, good to see you. Glad to have you. Adrian, good to see you. Glad to have you. And to anybody else who I've missed, good to see you. Glad to have you. I'm 100% favor more cooking streams. I mean, hey, if we want to do more of those, what I'm gonna do is, especially once we get back from FanFest, I'm gonna try to be implementing. So we're gonna start that other channel that's gonna be more for streaming. And what I would love to do is try to set up more times that basically we're doing things as a community. So for instance, in 14, things like Blue Mage streams, stuff like that, and on a regular basis. So like for instance, every Friday or Wednesday or whatever day it is. So there's a regularity to it, right? Oh. That was weird. My headphones just turned off. But so like we could definitely do stuff like that too. I mean, hell, we could do a Eorzean mixed drink stream or something. I mean, like I mean, I probably would do a lot of non-alcoholic things for the most part. Because it seems like drunk streams, unless it's like me and Eorzean and a crew of people where it's like entertaining, is maybe not the most pleasant. Eorzean stream Kive. Oh, you guys are all offering up names now? Yeah. Hey, fellas, on an alt account. While I took make breakfast, I'll hop in. Oh, it's Bevel. Good to hey, good bud. See you, man. What are we making today? We've been going through a couple things. We're doing Mikote meat kebab. We went through wildwood scrambled eggs, and now we're doing miso shiru, which is literally just straight miso soup. But one of the important ingredients for miso shiru is to obviously use a little dollop of miso paste, whatever your preferred color is. I think white's typically the best. I have mixed right now, but white's kind of the best. Depends on your preference. And these are really interesting packets. So I usually just buy like the Hondashi brand. Apparently we don't have any right now, but these are interesting because they are packets that you can kind of just like let steep rather than mixing in the traditional way, which is fascinating to me. I'm gonna let that steep. It may be a little weird because of that style of doing it. But yeah, one warning I will say with, if you're ever making your own miso, you need much less miso paste and dashi than you think you do. Start with a little and creep it up. And also I would recommend paying attention to how much you put in so that you can replicate it so that you can be the version that you like in the future. Why do foxes like fried tofu? I mean, foxes kind of just like a lot of different weird foods. I mean, I don't know, but also fried tofu is fucking awesome, so... I mean, I don't know. What do you want from me? Dude, actually, a cooking stream where we made you guys, like, my favorite meal to make, I would be awesome. So one of my favorite meals to cook for people is tonkatsu, which is pork fried cutlet with bulldog sauce, gohan, so sushi white rice. Then you would, golden curry with potato and either chicken or steak. For the meat, the potato, onion, carrot, and then potentially sometimes I'll also add in my version of mashed potatoes, which we're going to be doing mashed potatoes today. And there's a difference between just saying mashed potatoes and my mashed potatoes. I will say that most people make mashed potatoes poorly. One sec, I gotta convert 5'11" into the rest of the world's measurements. 180 centimeters. You know, it's funny because I work with, used to work with 3D printing and a lot of other things. I actually am really good at converting, you know, for me, it's like technically it's what, 25.2, but 25 millimeters equals an inch. So like, if you give me enough time, I can convert pretty quickly. I guess if you give me enough time, I can convert quickly if you give anyone enough time, they can blank quickly. I'm only a couple of inches shorter than Elioux. Hey, there you go, Light. Actually, out of curiosity, how tall did you guys think I was before I stated that? Like, what was the appearance? Because it's always hard to tell when, one, with people on camera, but two, like, you have this perception of a person. I mean, any of you guys ever listen to a podcast and you have like a very specific perception of someone and what they look like, and then you see a picture of them, you're like, that is not at all what I imagined. I feel like the most specific example of that I can think of is Dan Reichert from Giant Bomb. Perfect. Sweet. Okay. Now we add the tofu and nege. Green onion is the fucking best. And I don't care who knows it. Does anybody wish to fight me on this? Does anyone think green onion's trash? I think some people call it scallions as well. I don't know why they do. Actually, if anyone does know, I would love to find out. I live in the UK. Benchmark conversion between imperial and metric are kind of required to be here. Yeah, totally oblivion. Also good to see. Glad to have you. Well, I ain't most people, but my mashed potatoes are delicious. I believe you. I believe you. If you give me enough time, I can convert. Yeah, I can crepe over here already making fun of me before I even noticed. Bro, my mouth is watering. All of that sounds delicious. Hell yeah, you did. 182. Can't say, honestly, never really thought about it. I assumed between 5'10", 6'11". I was correct. Yeah, fair estimate. Mashed potatoes with a side of good meatballs and gravy is just delicious. You know, I feel like I'm about to say something that's one of those heathen things that I sometimes say about food that drive y'all crazy. I hate meatballs. Except for the only thing that I like meatballs in is SpaghettiO meatballs. I also hate red sauce. So, make of that what you will. Anyone here like natto? Anyone here like natto or even know what natto is? I feel like a couple of you do. A couple of you at least know what it is. I definitely put you on tallest Lalafell height. Yep. Let's get some greens going. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, baby. Yes. God, I love Negi. Got a little bit of onion fall in there. Not green onion, other kind of onion. Are green onions spring onions or something else? I don't know all the names. I know scallions is one of the other common ones. I can also just pull this up to the camera. Am I on the right side? Yes. Anybody else for the longest time think like that Farfetch was holding a green onion instead of like a leek? I don't like that didn't make any sense, but as a kid for some reason I thought he was holding a green onion. We call them spring onions. Okay, you call them spring onions in the UK? Nice. Eden, I see you say facts. What do you say? What do you? I will not convert that into feet. I mean, if you don't use feet inches, the game makes you get used a little bit with fulms and ilms. Yeah, that's true. That's a really good point, Decoy. Fulms and ilms are based off of inches and feet, so if you're able to do that in game, if yalms are just yards, and our yards are technically, I think, different than yours. I'll fight you on your side. I made chorizo breakfast burritos with green onions, and I think the green onions really liven them up. I mean, that's the thing is green onions are just a little bit of green onion is great added to anything. Like, that's, like, green onions, you gotta try really hard to add too much green onions to the point that it harms the thing, but often it adds a little bit. It's just like, I'm all about that green onion. I always heard scallion in the South, so maybe I assumed the etymology is more ethnic. Huh? Yeah, green onion just seems an American to me. It's funny, I always thought scallion always sounded fancier, so I always assumed that it was the UK thing. I only know white spring and red onion. Last one's my fave. Yeah, red onion's pretty good. Have you tried meatball soup? That's delicious. That doesn't... How do I put this? That sounds disgusting from a textural standpoint. But why? Now I'm having an existential quandary about what's wrong with meatball and soup. I like steak and soup. I like chicken and soup. I like pork and soup. I don't like ground beef in many things now that I think about it, though. I mean, ground beef in, like, burger form is about the only version of it I like. So, okay. Let's get that tofu in, and it should be good to go. God, I fucking love tofu. I love tofu so much. I literally, you could just give me tofu and just some soy sauce, and I'll just eat it with soy sauce and raw. Just like, good to go. I don't gotta fry it. I'm good to go. I used to when I was working as a chef at Morinoike, Concordia Language Village. If I couldn't sleep at night and I needed a snack, I would literally just take out some tofu and a bottle of like shoyu and just like go to town. Heard of it, but never tasted it. Spring onion is technically something else, at least in the United States. Oh, interesting. There's a difference. What about meatball sub? Those are good. See, well, I'm also weird about subs. Like, my perfect sub is put, like, a provolone or American cheese, bacon, and lettuce, and then some Dijon mustard, and that's about it. I don't really have that many dietary restrictions. The only thing I have genuinely have, like, seemingly allergic reaction to is tuna fish. But, like, I have a lot of things that are very hard for me. I still try everything. I want to be very clear. I think it is important to try things, even if it doesn't sound good. But I want to say 9 boots out of 10 likely to be correct. Honestly, actually, it's probably more than that. It's probably, like, say 95 times out of 100. God, tofu is so good. That's actually still pretty big. Sweet. They look very familiar. Oh yeah, I know natto. Never had it though. Yeah, natto's. I don't want to say natto's disgusting. Natto is disgusting. It's basically fermented beans that look like boogers and taste a little bit like coffee. I don't mean to knock on natto lovers. You know, power to you guys. They are kind of disgusting. But I also, even as someone who doesn't like them, can understand how with like certain Japanese cuisine, they can go well. So, let that be said. I have natto in my fridge, but I'm not eating it. Yeah, I know natto. Never had it though. Per bon appetit, scallions and green onions are literally the same thing. Yeah. Spring onions, on the other hand, are a different thing. The bulb of the spring onion is much larger compared to the small and not so bulbous scallion. Oh, interesting. Thought Professor Oak James said it was his hockey stick. I will now mod my game to let it say green onion being delicious was facts. Yep. I like meatballs personally, but I can't judge you, Elioux. I'm very much a picky eater. Yeah. And again, like the other thing is like, I'm not, as much as I have things that I struggle to eat with texturally. It's not quite the same as like my ardent war against fruits and baked goods. Now, again, part of that is because the more fruit baked goods you have, the fewer chocolatey and other desserty baked goods a place has. There's like a correlation. There's only a finite amount of things that they'll have, and if it's many fruit, then it's meant. Deppel just broke the door open. Deppel, buddy. Okay, I think the miso shiro is done steeping. So one of the things about miso shiro is miso soup is that when you make it, you want to let it kind of like sit because you want the tofu, the flavors seep into the tofu and all that. But I think we've sufficiently waited, so I will come bring this up to this camera. So I definitely didn't just pour some miso soup on my keyboard. That was you guys. It's fine. It's fine. Do we have a small, like, a miso bowl? I don't think so. I think my partner also took all the other bowls I have. Partner, if you have a chance, if we have, like, any small pieces, or even a cup, like, even, like, a, would be. Because here's what, the other cool thing about miso soup is that, especially if you prepare it without, like, tofu or other things, you can basically just drink it. Like, it can be just a drink, effectively. I don't know if I'm just weird for doing that, but... Umino, good to see, glad to have you. At self during sub sandwich discussion, don't. Tuna allergy sucks. Tuna's so good. I love tuna. I'm fine with tuna. I hate tuna fish. Tuna fish is disgusting. It is. Ugh. Even the smell of it can make me throw up. I love smoked tuna. I love salmon. Yeah. Oh, that's perfect. That's excellent. Pokeball cup. Oh. That reminds me of childhood. Oh, that's so good. Yeah. I think my only one feedback to myself is would have diced the tofu a little smaller, would have diced the green onion a little bit more, and would have let it steep for longer. If we had more time, I would have done that. Would have let it sit for like maybe an hour or two. But the actual miso shiro itself is delicious. Oh, that's so good. I'm so glad you didn't pour soup on the keyboard. There's lots of food I'd like to try, but when where I live, I'd have to make them by hand. Ingredients are expensive. It's a situation. That sucks, man. Do you have access to anything? So one of the nice things about most of the stuff I'm cooking with, it's like some of these are probably expensive. You can get the supplies to make, if you have access to somewhere like Amazon, Alibaba, like most major distributors, or even any kind of general place, it's pretty easy to get access to the 3 main ingredients for miso. Because the nice thing is miso paste is usually not highly exotic. Hondashi is not usually highly exotic, and water is water. So I mean, if you're struggling to get water, you know, fair. But I will say that, like, of the things we're cooking so far, miso is the one thing that I would suggest everyone at least try because it's incredibly easy to do. Letting it sit was always the bit I struggled with. Oh, I feel that. I've worked as a cook for in multiple kitchens, and I feel that hard. I'm really bad with that with steak too. Isn't tuna always fish? So like tuna fish, like canned tuna fish. So do you guys know what I'm talking about? Maybe it has other names elsewhere, but like canned tuna fish is a thing here, and then there's like tuna fish, like the fish, whereas like canned tuna fish is as many other things that are in it. I think he's talking canned tuna. Yeah, correct, Ray, correct. You can drink soup. Elioaux 4. I will go down on that platform. I will tell you what. You can drink soup. It may not be easy with every soup, and some soups are like, there is a spectrum of drinkability, ease of drinkability as a drink with soup, but you can definitely drink soup as a drink. And I have done it many times. Many. Drinking soup is pretty normal for a certain subset of soups. Yeah. Man, a good, oh my god. Chicken and noodle dumpling. Or like even just chicken dumpling. Sorry, not chicken noodle. Chicken dumpling is so good. Also, can I go on another rant real quick since we're doing a cooking stream? Does anybody remember the chicken noodle soup from Panera about 15 years ago and how good it was, and then they changed it to the organic thing that they have now, and it's garbage and has been garbage for 15 years, and I have never lived it down because the noodles and soup was so goddamn perfect, and then they ruined it and never came back? If I had known when I ate that bread bowl it was going to be my last Panera chicken noodle soup pre-2006, I would have savored the moment. Okay, rant done. Something gonna get remade. Yeah, I like tuna fish casserole. Ugh. I mean, I'm glad you like it, but also, ugh. One food I really like to have no access to is poutine. I really hard impossible to get cheese curds here to make good Canadian poutine. Oh, that sucks, Oblivion. I've been weirdly lucky. I mean, part of it is like spending a lot of time in the Midwest, growing up in like Minnesota and Wisconsin. Very easy to get access to cheese curds in general. But almost everywhere I've lived in the United States, and maybe this is partly because the past 10 years it's spread as a general cuisine, good cheese curds are relatively accessible. I live near an international store, which is my saving grace. I make rice cake soup religiously thanks to it. Well, but if you live to an international store, I bet you they have those ingredients. Look for miso paste. White miso paste probably the best, but red miso paste or mixes are also good. And hondashi, or just dashi. You'll see. Yeah, you'll see traditional umami dashi. Hondashi is a brand. Honestly, I think of hondashi so much when I think of dashi that I just say hondashi instead of dashi. One food I really like, but I'm not. I live near. I'd argue about the water. Depending on where you live, quality of your water will affect the taste. Water varies depending on water. Yes, yeah, yeah, absolutely. That's definitely true. Drinking soup is pretty normal. Elioaux having a soup drinkability chart. That's a good idea. Even Campbell's sell those little microwavable drink ones for like tomato soup. They do? I didn't know about that. Made a homemade version of Panera broccoli cheddar soup. It was great. Nice. That's what happens when they get rid of the MSG. Well, honestly, the biggest problem, look, as much as the broth was shittier and everything else was shittier about it, the biggest problem is they went from these like beautiful thick egg noodles that I've never seen the like of since, that were just the perfect noodle. They were the perfect noodle. They were perfect. Like there was no flaw whatsoever, to these like thin ass garbage noodles. And I've never, it hurts my soul. What about those vending machines that they serve hot soup you can drink? Yeah, definitely. Yo, I'm so bad. There's really yummy Lipton vegetable soup that I like literally can't find anywhere anymore. So frustrating. Yeah, Aubrey, good to see glad to have you. It sucks when you lose that shit, right? Also, Rag, good to see glad to have you. You didn't say good to see glad to anyone who I didn't. Good to see glad to have you. I'm glad you're here. I'm always the kind of won't knock it till I try it kind of guy, even if I do like it afterwards. I'll try anything at least once. I usually will. There are some things where smell alone is enough that like. Sometimes smells will be deceiving, right? You might smell bad, but you actually really like it. There are some things where I'm just like, I won't be able to get this down due to its scent. And those are the only things I usually fully turn down. Yeah, lady, that was the first time you... Wow, okay. Yeah, okay. Canned tuna is disgusting. Tuna is awesome. Oh, thank you. So we should probably be moving on to our next recipe now that we've done miso. Thank you so much. This would be a lot more chaotic without you. Oh, next is our main course, which for some reason y'all thought this was the one you wanted, but okay. We're doing creamy salmon pasta. Creamy salmon pasta. And yeah, we got another Johan little bit here. There you go, buddy. Deadpool's still hanging out with me. I'm used to cooking with many kinds of fish, but I have really been honored to work with the king salmon you see. It is bigger than most salmon, but very scarce, very elusive. I usually have to go to the market and pay a pretty gill for the smoked salmon they have there, but one day I'll make this recipe with the freshest ingredients around. Yes, indeed. Okay. Lots of spaghetti. Spaghetti. Here. Okay. Let's start getting all this together, shall we? Okay. Okay. I think that's most of it. Let me also pull up the picture for you guys. I wish you guys could see Deadpool right now. Like, I don't want to turn down the camera because it's gonna be a pain in the ass again, but he's just sitting, like, beneath the table, just hanging out. So cute. Okay, let's look. The frying pan over medium heat, melt the butter with the oil. Once the butter melts, add garlic and lemongrass until the garlic just starts to brown, about 3 minutes. Whisk the flour, skin the flour, and cook until it blends with the butter oil. Okay. Okay. What, we've already got butter in there for that one. Not. Oh, that's a lot of butter. Okay. Let me catch up on you guys. I actually have kombu in my cabinet, and they have kombu in my cabinets, and they have miso. I actually just have to bring myself to buy it when I go. Yeah, big recommend. Mom makes pumpkin soup from scratch. Like, she chops up the vegetables and stews them in the broth, proceeds to blend them into the blender. Nice, Yu-Gi-Oh! One thing I wish I could have is beef stroganoff. Nowhere near where I live serves it, and I haven't had a chance to make it. It's been years since I want it. You know, AC, I'm not surprised, but it seems like we have very different palates for pulling me back to that. What was it, Rin, who would always come in with the strangest foods? Chicken of the Sea brand tuna is decent. I always make it in very spicy and tastes great. Oh. I'm glad you like it. How expensive are some of the ingredients on the market board, or how you guys know how expensive some of the ingredients are on the market board? How do you feel about spicy tuna rolls? Delicious. Spicy sauce is great. Now, to be fair, good fish means you shouldn't need any sauce, frankly. Like, especially good salmon should just be so buttery that you shouldn't need any sauce. But spicy sauce from sushi places is so delicious that, you know. And most places, especially with a roll, it's like it's mostly like vegetables and only a little bit of tuna, and the tuna's like fine, you know, but not great, then yeah. When I think of soup, I think corned beef, potatoes, onions, corned peas, carrots, bell peppers, and a bit of hot pepper, a bit of tomato, paste, cook it until it's tender. I mean, that does sound like a good soup, but also, Kathra, how much of that is like the sort of soup you'd expect to find in the like 60s, right? 70s. Like that kind of recipe is something that I very much, when I think of like America or UK in the like 60s or 70s, that kind of soup, right? Can see him a little bit. Oh yeah? Dimple. Oh. Keep it under the table. You wanna come here? Come here. Come here. Here, buddy. You come up here. Got this. Yeah, good job, buddy. Good job. Good job, bud. Okay, butter's almost melted. Hey, buddy. Here, you want another one? Okay. Then we need to do the garlic. Lemongrass. Cook until the garlic just starts to brown. So let's go ahead and lemon juice. I may omit. A couple of the things because, like, it wants to add a lot of lemon zest and a lot of like things that I'm just not about. And I know I literally started out saying I wasn't gonna do this, but like, lemongrass is one of my favorite scents, if not my favorite scent. Like sakura, vanilla, and lemongrass. I mean, actually, lemongrass might be my favorite scent. It's for me, it's not a food. It'd be like, yes, I eat grass. You know, it's like it doesn't taste good. It tastes strange to me that they add it as an option. That said, I will add a little because I committed to do this right. Okay, so we got spaghetti there. We got our flour. We got our ground onion. Let's do our ground garlic. A little bit of that. A little bit. Butter and oil. What oil? Olive oil. Just a little bit of olive oil. I know that's definitely more than I'd asked for, but I like olive oil. Heavy cream, lemon juice zest, and fish sauce. Okay, fish sauce do we have? Ah, yes, there it is. Oh, here, let me step out of the way so you guys can still... Oh, you can't see the boy anymore. He's laying down on the seat, though, which is very cute. He doesn't usually do this. But I think it's because I'm giving him enough stuff currently. How much fish sauce? Oh yeah, you know, let me get a little split sprig in there of. There. Technically, I put in the lemongrass. 2 cups of heavy cream. Okay. Okay, I do flour first, and then I do the heavy cream. It's 2 cups of heavy cream. That's a lot of. That's a fuck ton of. I also just realized that's enough heavy cream for a full thing, so I'll probably use less than that. Okay. Oh. Let's lower that a little bit. Start to add. Skin the flour until it blends with butter and oil. Okay. That spoon melts all the butter first. How much fish sauce? Teaspoon, okay, barely anything. Big recommendation if you've never used it, by the way. There's a sauce that's used for tonkatsu called bulldog sauce, and it is delicious and works incredibly well on so many things, not least of which is things like okonomiyaki. And if you've never had okonomiyaki, well, I recommend you try okonomiyaki. Kind of like a whatever you want savory pancake, where you can throw kind of like any ingredient into it and it's delicious. Welcome back to Babel. Let me try to catch some of you guys. Also wanted to say absolutely love the stream thumbnail. Good. The fellas like the kind of stream that could get highlights video posted somewhere. Well, here's the, you know, that's the hope, right? I don't know that we've ever really necessarily got a big share anywhere. I think the closest we got was one time when I was covering the live letter. Another site referenced our video instead of just referencing the like live letter stream, but hey, I'll take it. Went back to see Tasty Macabre as a wonderfully simple and basic as expected. Best food for hungry Macabre. Very good. I will say I like the scrambled eggs better, but the glaze was excellent. The glaze also was not thanks to me. My partner made it, and I want her to know that she made it perfectly. That tasted like literally. I've had that glaze before, and it tasted perfect. This is ready to go. I'm gonna turn up to medium high. Oh, actually, flour first. I wish I could show you this, but the last time I tilted one of these over, I spilled miso on my keyboard. So let's try to avoid that this time, shall we? A little bit of flavor. Lemon juice, zest. Fish sauce. Okay, we should put in a little bit of lemon. Just a little bit. Ooh, that's actually smelling good. God, I wish I could like give you guys smell-o-vision on this one. Usually I wouldn't be a big fan of that, and also seeing as we're making a bunch of different things, usually those don't always mix them great together. But boy, oh man, it smells good in here. Just don't get the white sauce outside of the pan. That's not gonna work great from here on out. No, I don't want to use a. That's just gonna cause screens too. Let's switch over to. do like my sauces thick, so like honestly, I'm definitely gonna like keep it low on the cream. And like, okay, pepper, thyme, and oregano was together. Yeah, okay. Oh. Oh, wait, that's interesting. Oh, okay, because it was... So, technically speaking, we were supposed to use smoked salmon, and I got natural salmon, so I'm actually going to have to prepare that salmon, too. That's fine, though, honestly, because I love making salmon. It's delicious. And honestly, I won't have to do much. I could basically just butter and cook it, because, frankly, we're not going for, like, a mirin glaze or anything. This sauce here is already the... Oh... Oh, yeah, that actually looks pretty good, folks. Little thick, though. Add in that cream. Thick sauce. Yeah, indeed, Eden. Elioux, where is the lamb sauce? Lamb sauce? What? Scratch and sniff food with Elioux. Smell-o-vision. Making a rouge is Trixie, yeah. Bulldog sauce is amazing. I keep it stocked for when I make fried rice. Yeah, using combined with Worcestershire soy sauce and such as yeah, it really totally agree, man. It's phenomenal. The other thing is that you can actually make a off-brand version basically of it with like Worcestershire and soy and ketchup and a couple other things mixed together, which I've had to do on a couple occasions. Never quite as good, but dude, the boy is just sitting behind me in my chair. He never does this. He usually gets antsy and like leaves. Alright, buddy. I would love to let you lick this. Instead, I am gonna pour the sauce onto the lots of spaghetti. Should have grabbed a napkin before. Okay, I got this. I got this, guys. I got this. I think ahead. Than not having. Hey, good boy. You're very, very good. Thanks for hanging out with me. And hanging out with these fine folks. I know the main reason you're hanging out with me is because I'm bribing you, but I'll take it. Sometimes even when I'm bribing him, it won't. Nope. Stay. Main problem is I think it's like the balance is all right now. It's like this is very far out because I can't get it any closer to me. So, yeah. Wouldn't happen to have a liquid smoke in hand. What? Smoking a pancake? Bong in a blint? No, I really want to cook something. Boy is wanting for food, yeah. There's utmost patience when food is involved. Yeah, Worcestershire. Hate this word. Worcestershire? What's wrong with it? I love Worcestershire. All the fruits and veggies they managed to shove in the sauce, if I had to guess. Yeah, for sure. Just wing the Worcestershire and drop the Shire. Just wing the worster and drop the ship. The struggle of a dog waiting for food to drop. Yep. You know the secret ingredients to making the perfect pasta? The pasta water. I just shoved some salt in the water and no idea what else to do. Rag, I'm with you there. He's a very good boy supervisor. He is. Okay. Oh, partner of mine, I lied. I misunderstood what you were saying. If you do want to come handle this, I would appreciate it. And then I can... Okay. Hi, there you go. Okay, now we just gotta do the salmon. I had the book sitting on the whole time. Oh, look at that fillet. Okay. You know what? It doesn't really show how it wants us to prep it. It doesn't really describe. It doesn't say shred. It really doesn't describe what to do with how we want the salmon. I think shredding it would be nice, but you know what? I think I'm going to try something a little different. I think I'm going to slice it thin, cook it thin, and then take those thins and like just toss them in. But do I want to go long and then short, or do I want to just go long, long, long? Go long. Let's go. Also, I know I only have one knife currently. It's not maybe the perfect knife. Thank you. Oh, hey, look at that. Okay. Let's get a bunch of butter in the pan, shall we? Okay, okie dokie doke. I'd rather try Mountain Dew ice cream. The one time I tried Mountain Dew ice cream was I made basically a Mountain Dew float, because someone on the internet decided to say that like basically what a Nuka-Cola tasted like from Fallout was a Mountain Dew float. I think there was a little something more to it than that. I think it technically was like Coca-Cola and Mountain Dew. 1/3 Coca-Cola, 1/3 Mountain Dew, 1/3 ice cream or something like that. Do not remember it being good. I do remember it being acceptable. A lot of people have tried to cook a lot of things with Mountain Dew. It's true. It's not usually a great additive. Can be, but not usually. And I say that as quite a fan, historically. You know what, Deadpool? Do you want a little bit of fish? Bet you do. Deadpool. Deadpool. Yeah, good boy. Man, you just have it gone in an instant. Absorbed that. Pasta without water is less good, it's true. Yeah, just raw pasta, yeah. A little bit crunchy for my taste. The struggle of dog with nice. What did Booty say? Reminds me of the cursed Gatorade boiled spaghetti. You have to explain that one, or did you already? Going to have enough leftovers to last nearly all next week. Yeah. Or the Mountain Dew pasta. Wait, someone made Mountain Dew pasta? Mountain Dew Kit Kats? Mountain Dew Kit Kats I can see. I can see that one. I'm not sure I'd love it, but I can see. Those people ain't by chance American. Look, we'll try some stuff. It's true. It's true. But hey, I would point out that a lot of it disseminates down to y'all. Mountain Dew cheese. I've seen it on a pizza and grilled cheese sandwiches before. Mountain Dew cheese. Okay. I don't think I'd like that. I think it'd be a bit much, but I can see it being edible. Best noodles are spaghetti broken in half lengthwise and boiled for 2 hours in orange Monster Energy. How about no with a slice of, oh god, please, no. It's the gamer's favorite drink according to the memes. Does anyone remember the horror that is Mountain Dew Doritos? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. So what's next, Rachel, is first these pieces of salmon gotta cook. And then we will carry on. Where did my thingy move over? Ah, there it is. Oh, yeah. That actually worked. Well, when the salmon finishes up, we're going to mix it in with the lots of spaghetti, and then we will move on to the next thing, which will be... Well, I guess obviously I have to eat it. Oh, also, we never said how good miso was. Well, miso was better than an Oricon burger. That's... I'm biased, and I do not pretend otherwise. Mountain Dew Doritos. Honestly... As much as, like, Mountain Dew flavored most other things are abominations, Mountain Dew Doritos are not the worst thing they could have done. You know? Vanilla ice cream, a bottle of ginger ale, and a cup of blueberries in a blender. I'm going to use some sort of soda that is what it'll make. If you take away the fruit, I would be in. Speaking of Doritos, there's a ketchup ones which are almost a good filter for the hole in my heart that was torn when they stopped supplying ketchup Lay's in the US years ago. I always look at specialty flavors and I think to myself, I have no interest in this, but someone out there is going to be very sad when they discontinue this. Has anyone tried that new, was it Mountain Dew agave flavor? Because that is excellent. That is really smooth. Do I have any forks? I don't know if I have another. I may need another fork. Why did? Hi, buddy. Turn that low. Salmon back on this plate. Maybe I'll make some mirin glaze. I could use the remainder of salmon I've got tonight. I could make some mirin glaze salmon and miso shiru. Oh, that sounds delicious. I did. Damn it, now I want to root beer flow. I mean, look, a lot of times I'm sick to my stomach and don't want anything in the world, but there's always room for a root beer float. Yeah, let's mix up. Let's mix up the noodles and sauce real quick. Thick ass sauce. Damn, boy. Thick ass sauce. May have made a little too much sauce. Yeah, definitely made a little bit too much sauce. But that's fine. That's fine. Okay. Okay. Like when you just strain some onto your plate and don't worry about the extra. Yeah. Too much sauce? Let's hope that's not a dissauced. Elioux, lamb sauce is a meme. Okay. Well, it's not a meme I've heard of, so what's it a meme about? Would someone... I just almost tried to drink fish sauce. Let's not do that. Ever so lucky am I. Partner to the rescue. When the sauce is sus. As a ketchup hater, I'm shocked I even liked it. But you hate ketchup, but your favorite chip was the ketchup flavored chip. Man, humans are weird. We're all a bunch of weird. Our tastes are weird. You know, Japanese spaghetti use ketchup in the sauce. It's a valid ingredient because it has sugar, vinegar, and tomatoes. I mean, look, the Japanese put corn on their pizza. Not every idea they have is good. Okay. Let us try. Damn, that was a lot of sauce. Oh, actually, you know, that sauce is way milder than I would have expected. So it being thick actually is not a negative. I actually think I did it right. Dude, that's actually really good. I'd pay money for it. Is that better than the meat kebab? You know, the problem is it would depend on the situation you're in, right? Like whether or not, like, don't get me wrong, this is hefty. Like you would have to be like willing to deal with that heft. But assuming you were, this is delicious. Then again, it's a white sauce. And when is salmon, spaghetti, or a white sauce ever not good? Yeah, it seems pretty good since China. Yeah, looks pretty good too. Yeah, here, let me look. Deadpool, come here, bud. Deadpool, come here. Come here. Good boy. Yeah. Deadpool, you can come here. Deadpool, come here. Alright, I'm gonna wash my hands real quick. I managed to trip and Deadpool tripped me and I fell and dumped it's a lot of stuff, but I got it. We're good. Who needs vacuum cleaners when you got a good boy? Literally all the little pieces of spaghetti that, because I cleaned up most of it. All the little pieces of spaghetti he already got in the like 1 second I'm gonna go clean my thing. Buddy, you literally wouldn't be able to tell anything happened here. Yeah, the sabotage. Definitely wasn't planned, right? On Deadpool's part. Elioaux had a boo-boo. Looks like most of it was saved. Yeah, everything's saved. Everything's good. Elioaux, weren't you supposed to go around the other side of the tables? Yes, and I literally thought it as everything started to fall. I don't know why I have this like left side dominance for moving around and avoiding the right side. I don't know why it keeps happening, but it does. Oops, I tripped you. Don't worry, I'll clean up. Yeah, exactly, Deadpool. Yeah. I hope you no, it's just a little bit. It's very little. Like couple small pieces of spaghetti. He like immediately went to go for it. There was like quite a bit that fell out at first that I like quickly saved, and I was like, Deadpool, stay, and he just sat and waited and waited and waited, and then when I was done, I said like, okay, you can go pick everything up, and then I was like, yeah, here you go, bud. Good job. Okay. Yeah, 2 Archon burgers. Honestly, depending on the day, I would take that over an Archon burger. At least 1 Boots. I gotta stop doing that. Gotta stop walking over there. Left-handed, possible reason for left preference. I'm right-handed, so... But... I don't know, is everything flipped? This is my left hand. On the screen, does that look like my right? Yeah, I guess it's probably just flipped over, right? Okay. Guys, can I get I have an important question. Who here is a Lalafell? Can I get some sort of commentary in the chat? While I pick up some other of this stuff real quick. Dude, I should get like a shock collar so you guys can shock me every time I walk around the wrong way. Elioaux, would you consider doing some Eorzean aerobics after the stream with those meals you made? Yes, I saw that. For those who don't know, they released a video with emotes. So there's a thing in Japan called like Ragio Taiso. There's like morning calisthenics. That's a whole thing. Oh, thank you. Like a whole thing in Japan. And for some reason, they made effectively Ragio Taiso, but with Eorzean emotes. And it's amazing. Me. An instinct to go clockwise. Lala for life. Oh no, he's going to cook Lalafells. You're right, because you know what time it is? Mashed potatoes! My sound again. Time to kill some small folk. Time to eat some popoto. Mash them popotos. Delish. Boil them, mash them, stick them in a stew. Boil them, mash them, stick them in a stew. Popotos. What's Lalafell's precious? Buddy, you can't sabotage again. You can come sit up here. Up here? Yeah, come on. Good boy. Stay. Here. Here's a little tofu. Okay, match them. In hindsight, maybe don't get in. Time to kill small folks. Okay, let's actually look at what their thing is. Also, we got another thing from Johan. I had been cooped up in kitchens and taverns for too long, so I decided to go to the Eastern Hydaelyn and put some of my gathering skills to use. I heard the region had lots of different kinds of popotos, and thought getting my fins dirty would give me some inspiration, yes. But it was exhausting. By the time I got back, I didn't know what to do with all I had gathered, so I just mashed them together and added some dairy to flavor it. Mogira said it would taste nice, so it'll have to do. Large pot and strainer, 1 pound garlic clove, teaspoon of salt. 6 tablespoons of butter, sour cream, 5 ounces of scotch. Large pot over high heat. Combine the potatoes. This will bring the butter juices. So the pot back in the stove over medium high heat. Add the butter, sour cream, and cottage cheese. Cook until the butter is fully melted. Add the potatoes and mash them until smooth. Okay. I mean, that's pretty straightforward. Okay. Butter and sour cream. Hopefully I won't have another mistake today. The one in-game food that has to be delish, yeah. I'm excited to see how you deal with this. This will be the one recipe where I'll be incredibly judgmental and critical. Totally. Hey, you know what? This is the one recipe where I kind of encourage you to be, so fair enough. You know what? And I don't have any milk, and that's fine, though, because I'm going to use the remaining cream. I lied. My partner is way better than I am. Oh my god, my poor partner has apparently had to like plan everything ahead of the mistakes I'm gonna make, because I was like, well, we don't have milk, so I'm gonna use cream, and so immediately the partner's like, no, there's milk. I did. I thought ahead. Okay, we got the We do need to melt some butter just in case. Got a new stick ready. Okay. We'll let that stay. Now, one of the ingredients they add for their popotos is cottage cheese, and personally I think that's an abomination. But again, I said I would try to stick at least somewhat to their recipes, so here's me putting in a little bit of cottage cheese. I got salt. Do I have pepper anywhere? Oh, I bet you should create a bowl. Look like it, but I can always add pepper later. So let's add a little bit more salt in for flavor. Butter's still melting. Ah. Add a little more butter to here. Step 1 that nobody does right. Mash, and actually mash. Actually, like, get your potatoes smooth and delicious. So we're gonna be here for a little while. I'll talk to you guys probably while I do that. Popoto gang. Oh no, he's going to cook the Lalafels. The Lalafel harvesting time. Lala mashing time. Time to kill some smoke. In hindsight, maybe don't get. Yeah. Make sure the boy doesn't get too much of anything very seasoned. Yes, we'll avoid that, Cal. I heard baked potatoes go well with some shiokata on them. Yeah, I can imagine that. Honestly, I can imagine doing something like putting furikake on like mashed potatoes. Partner appreciation. I've never used cottage cheese in my potatoes, but I could see it. Honestly, you know, it seemed like an abomination at first, but honestly, I actually can see why a little bit of them could give it a little bit of zest. The setup is very impressive. Oh no, a thunderstorm is starting, Raven? I'm sure it'll pass. He does the mash. He does the potato mash. Potato mash. It's a streaming smash. Oh, Lynn. But yeah, like, one of my big problems with people and potatoes is, like, look, I know there's versions of mashed potatoes where, like, okay, it's nice to have a little bit of chunks, right? But, like, honestly, get your potatoes smooth. Don't half-ass the mashing, man. Get your workout for the day. For those of you who, for some reason, what you've been waiting for is Elioaux to smash Lalafell on stream, smash up Popotos, like, you're welcome. What about croquets? I actually don't know. I like chonky mash. Ray, we are like perfectly symbiotic in terms of being like opposite people sometimes, and I love that I get to work with you for that reason many a time. Smashed and smooth mashed potatoes are the best. Yep, I'm with you, Eden. Also, one trick I learned from mashed potatoes is smash them before you add any ingredients. Then smash them more after. Getting way smoother that way. Oh, interesting. I'll remember that in the future. I usually haven't had any problems, but maybe that I'm just making my life harder for myself than I need to. I love super smooth mash, but I do enjoy chonky mash. I just have a preference. I mean, like, yeah. I mean, I'm coming from a place where I'm like, oh, you know, smooth is superior race, but clearly, you know, preference. Okay, Butter, how are you going? Still melting bit by bit? Not a lot. I'm lazy. I use a hand mixer. My problem with the hand mixers is that they're great, like, once you, like, want to kind of, like, puree them. But, like, I don't feel like they do a good enough job initially, and sometimes we'll leave voids. The thing is, I wish I could use the table more, but this thing is, you know, not exactly held together very stably. Okay. Oh, partner of mine, could you pass me some pepper, unless it's in here and I just can't find it. I'm sorry, buddy. You can't have any of these. These would make you sick. Don't just stand there with pouty eyes and you can't open your mouth like you're smiling and stare into my soul like that. That's not fair. Oh, thank you. We're almost there. Almost there. Simultaneously, one of the most intensive recipes we have in here, and also probably one of the most boring to watch. Unless you have a thing for Lalafell's getting crushed. But if that's the case, I guess it's not exactly being crushed. I was gonna say something papalimo. Did you have the butter yet? Yes, I added a little bit of butter. I added some of the melted butter, but I've got more melted butter coming in. Back in my day, we made our own ice cream. We mashed our own potatoes. Ain't none of this KFC bullshit. He said like he wasn't born in 95. Gotta love buttery mashed potatoes. I mean, yeah, of course. Butter. All the butter. Makes everything better. I mean, are we just all from the Midwest? Because that's like... So, like, I swear to God, in the Midwest, like, the question is, doesn't taste good? Add more butter. Oh. Okay. Let's do a first taste test. Needs more of everything. And also, I don't know if it's just because I'm used to using a smaller pot on a table where I can mash it. These are way chunkier. I may have to sit down and use my lap real quick. This may be boring. Give me a sec. You know, alternatively, it may just be that my partner pre-boiled them and then they were left to sit for a little bit, so they may just be cold. Which is not on them, that's on me. Because honestly, it was like if we didn't pre-boil them, we were kind of screwed. My other thing is like I pre-boil my mashed potatoes like 3 times as long as most people. Like I go crazy. I go insano style on the amount of time that I boil them to get them soft. The taste is there. Okay. I think I'm gonna call it there. Way less smooth than I usually would like, but I probably could spend another hour on this and not necessarily see crazy results. So, yeah. Overboiling ruins the flavor. See, people say that. In my experience, I have found, for me, and for the mashed potatoes I make, that's horseshit. I have found that overboiling has never ruined the potato flavor. I have tried underboiling, boiling normally, and boiling over, and I've never found an issue with overboiling it. Now, maybe that's just because of my palate. Maybe that's because of the flavor potatoes that I use. Could be any number of things. Butter cookies are amazing. I'm glad you like them. Fat equals flavor. True. I'm from West Flanders. That's kind of west. It's also kind of mid. From the south, we love our butter. That's true. It's kind of Americans just love our butter, don't we? I'm from Canada. Y'all ever have a butter tart? Yeah. Yeah, if they got cold, it would be hard to mash. Yeah. Yeah, Cal, I know you like butter cookies. Did you know that if you have any leftover mashed potatoes, you can take them like the next day and make potato fritters out of them? I haven't done that before, but that makes sense. That sounds good. Potato cakes are amazing. Potato cakes are good. How long do you boil them for, Elio? It's relative, so like it's based kind of on what I'm working on, but it's not like boiling them on high for like an hour wouldn't be unheard of. Yeah. Potato pancakes are indeed amazing. It's true. Did you know that if you have any leftover mashed potatoes, you should give them to me? Fair enough, Lynn. Overall boiling definitely makes more gluey potatoes. I don't like them gluey. Yeah, it definitely does that. That's absolutely fair. I want them fork tender. That's perfect for mash. Yeah. See, for me, I like when they start to get a little gluey like that. That's the perfect time to mash them for how I like it. But what I will say in defense of how we've made these is that if you look at the photo for smashed popitos, guys, we did it. I mean, add a little like the square butter on top, and it's the thing. Okay, shall we take a bite? How do I lose everything? You can ask my partners. It's pretty impressive how much I lose everything. My favorite is when I have my glasses on my head, though. That doesn't happen very often. It's happened, I think, once or twice, but definitely happened. You know what? Consider me a convert to the sour cream and cottage cheese. I totally think that adds something. I'm gonna remember that in the future. I think what else I'll do in the future is I will put those three together. Maybe not the cottage cheese, but I will heat them up first and then add them in. The milk and the sour cream. Yeah, that's very good. Yeah. Sad, I hope for some Omega themed recipes. Yeah, we don't really have one of those. I mean, that to be fair, that's probably because the Omicrons don't really eat. So there's kind of a limited, especially like when that book would have come out. The only thing explored then would have been Omega, not the Omicrons as a whole. So, I mean, if they ever make a second book, which, like, honestly, I'd be pretty surprised at this point if they didn't. The only reason I can imagine they wouldn't make another one of the cookbooks is if it just didn't sell very well. And my impression is that it did. So, I mean, like, especially if people start asking, I'm sure they would consider making a second cookbook. Omicron Dynamis meal. Or they just make a drink that's like organo fluid or something. Oh, I changed the flavor for the better? Yeah, I would definitely say that, like, I can definitely taste a little bit of the sour cream and all that. It's just exactly the most novel thing to add to mashed potatoes. Like, plenty of people do that, right? But it's very good. And I will say that extra little bit of, like, yeah, tardiness, non-buttery butteriness. I don't know how to quite describe it. Definitely an extra, a very nice extra layer. Omicron at dinner, say pass the oil can. I mean, they have a restaurant. Right, now they do with Endwalker, right? But what is it I don't even remember what the Omicrons actually get there. Because I know they tend the bar, but what do they actually consume? I forget that part of the quest. I need to do that again. Okay. Oh, this is not technically cannibalism for me. Take a bite. Sad, I heard. Infinite, good to God have you. Omicron oil shake. That would be, I like that idea. Speaking of, though, we are moving on. So, the next couple things we have are desserts. But since we're talking about oil shakes, I think what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to skip ahead first. Oh, okay, nope, actually, perfect timing. You know what? I'll have some of those in just 1 second, actually. My partner, because I'm not a good baker and was not going to have the time, is amazing and baked me the coffee cookies. So you know what? Coffee biscuits, not coffee cookies. Not cookies. They're biscuits, if you ask the British. And if you ask an American, they say, what the fuck up, it's a cookie. But I don't want an Angry to ban me, so. Did I say Angry? Is that like the avatar of Angry Ray Ray? Angry? Okay. So, next up. Also, can I just say, I've had like no problems with like Steam or thing like I've had some like mess ups with the mic falling over, but I really haven't had any problems with like smoke or anything, which I'm pretty shocked about. He said before he had a smoke attack. Okie dokie doke. So yeah, coffee biscuits. Not after you open the window, Elioux. Yes, but I can tell you firsthand, just because you open a window does not solve your smoke problem immediately. So the fact that it's been effective has been nice. All of you know that I'm perfectly delightful and even-tempered. Yes. Omicrons have oil, yep. Yay, coffee biscuits. Ah, yeah, certified 14K. You know, I'm really happy I ate before turning into the stream. Probably for the best, Lynn. Right, nice. Oh god, I want a cookie. So, okay, let me talk about what these cookies are first. Okay, so first we've got little Moogle talking. I overheard the Scions talking about someone's love of coffee biscuits, and I thought I also should have some. Ask Johan to learn how to make some, so we could also love coffee biscuits. They were so tasty that we both ate too many, and I can barely fly, Coupeau. Next time we should split one instead. So, for those who don't know, they're effectively chocolate chip cookies, but with a little bit of espresso powder. Like, honestly, I mean, I guess you use beet sugar and some firmly, but effectively it's a chocolate chip cookie with, like, here, I can just read off the ingredients. 1 tablespoon of espresso powder, hot water, all-purpose flour, whole wheat flour, salt, baking powder, unsalted butter, beet sugar, brown sugar, vanilla extract, dark chocolate chip cookie. Dark chocolate chip. So, these are what they are. They are kind of like more biscuit. To be fair, they are a little bit more biscuity than like almost like a scone than they are in appearance and texture, in like touch texture than they are like cookies. So maybe biscuit's actually kind of a fair thing. Okay. So, first off, excellent. Secondly, this would be amazing with like tea or milk, or I need to go get another Dr. Pepper. I will tell you, what I wasn't expecting was the part where they kind of taste like chocolate banana bread. I don't know how to describe it other than that. If you ever had banana bread, this tastes like something in between like a chocolate chip cookie and a chocolate chip banana bread, which is delicious, don't get me wrong. And I don't know if it's like the beet sugar or the espresso powder or what. It is, again, delicious, not a negative, but not exactly what I would have expected. The aftertaste just tastes like a slightly espresso-y cookie. And I say this as someone who does not like espresso or like coffee in general at all. So like it's like the perfect little amount where it like adds something, but is not in any way overpowering. Might be the whole wheat flour, maybe. I'm such a bad baker, I couldn't tell you, but that might be it. Coffee biscuits with coffee. Now, if you were a coffee fan, I can actually imagine that being delicious. For me, that sounds like way too much. I'm sorry, buddy, you can't have this. You got a little bit of tofu and a little bit of unseasoned salmon left for him. Thank you, partner. Oh my god, those are really good. I'm also not very much of a dessert person in general. But like, big recommend. Like, not just big recommend because we all like green and Gaia and all that or whatever, or like 14, but like genuinely good. Also, the idea now that so many people, if you don't know, during like 5.x, people used to make a bunch of money making coffee biscuits because the amount of money you got from doing the crafting leave was really high. So people would just like buy all the supplies to make coffee biscuits, and make a whole bunch of coffee biscuits, and every day constantly turn them in to make a bunch of gil. Now, to be fair, it wasn't actually that efficient, but it was a decent amount of gil, especially for people who don't make a lot. And so the idea now that the Crystarium was flooding in these things is even way more hysterical to me. Okay, we should be back. Let me know if we're back. Made many gills on that. Ray, how you were one of the people who made a lot of gills on that. So as per usual, whatever it was either the streaming element or, weirdly enough, the Patreon banner for OBS. So sorry for that. No Patreon banner or anything right now. That'll be a little boring. Give me the beats you in a sapphically charged sword fight and lifts your head by your chin with the tip of the sword, Moogle. Give me the absolute deep southern Moogle. Give me the exceptional suave lady killer Moogle. Give me the Lord Commander of the Knights that commands respect with voice alone Moogle. You gotta give me a line to read in that Moogle voice. Also, I love that like we did that Moogle voice once like as a complete... Was it when we... I think it was because we did the first Moogle thing we did in like 2.1 sometime around the same time we did... Probably sometime we did it around when we did the first part of Manderville, and then we just like kept going with it. Dancio, save the stream. But well, I know I'm a Patreon supporter. Love me the dancing Elioux. Well, I wanted something to test to like show that like I was still here, and also like I had to like deal with some stuff, and also that it looked like the cactar was dancing, you know? Yu Yu Hase, my beloved, yeah. Deep voice Yu Yu Hase. A place played with cookies sounds like heaven to me. Yeah, you get it, Lynn. Reminds me of the Japanese voice they gave the Crystal Brave, Lullafell. Yeah, Yu Yu Hase. The Ninth Calamity is based on coffee biscuits. Yeah, yeah. You've heard of the 6 elements, right? Like you've heard of you've heard the 6 elements of 2 polarity. You've got lightning, fire, earth, ice, water, wind, astral, umbral, and coffee biscuit. The Untold talked about polarity. Seems normal now. Looks better. Dancing saved the stream. Dancio saved the stream. Just print all Patreon names on a paper and put it on the wall instead. That's not a terrible idea. And maybe also do that, and so just like even if people are no longer Patreons, just like there's a permanent record or something. Yeah. Now we just need Final Fantasy 14 character modeling do the same thing as stream starting soon. Honestly, that's not a bad idea. Although I need to figure out how to do custom stream starting soon on YouTube. I don't know how you do that. I'm sure there's a way. The secret third polarity. Okay, so coffee biscuits. I would give 1 coffee biscuit. Here's what I'll say. From a dessert standpoint, or like from like a going out, like munching on something standpoint, like if they sold this at like a Starbucks or something, I would actually consider buying it. So like on a dessert standpoint, it's definitely worth a boots, right? Like I'm not gonna have it for a meal, but I'm also not a super dessert person. So I can imagine if you were a super sweets person or dessert person, that this would be fire. Let me know. The same thing with leaves happens now, but just with commanding craftsman's drought. The worst part is just the menuing 100 times. Yeah. Well, I mean, the thing about that, the nice thing about that is you could probably set up a macro. Don't do that. Well, not a macro, but like a outside macro. But don't do that because those are bannable offenses in 14. I see Umino is behind a little bit and only catching up to our dancing cactar current. I think I'd just be starting the stream with OBS, playing a recording video loop while you get the other stuff ready. Oh, duh. That's smart. I guess the downside about that is that then if anyone's watching the VOD, you either have to edit out that part, or you have like an hour's worth of the video or whatever amount of time starting with that going on. You know? I don't know about you guys, but one thing I hate is when there was a live stream that's now a VOD, like a PlayStation news thing or whatever, and the first like 40 minutes you're scrubbing through, that's just, you know, the wait time. Green can bake coffee biscuits. Yeah. Okay. Moving on. Again, thank you very much, partner, for making the coffee biscuits. They are incredibly delicious, and I actually will have more, which I'm going to be honest, I wasn't entirely expecting because historically, I don't love dessert foods as much. Yeah, I super hate that dead filter at the start of the VODs. Oh yeah, the dead filler. Yeah. Okay, guys, do we do the final dessert or do we do a drink? We've got 2 drinks, and I actually am thinking I kind of want to try one of the drinks, which is the high elixir. Partially because it's got a goo-boo. Thank you. Okie dokie doke. Okie dokie doke. Goobboo is a good boy. Much like Deadpool. Deadpool's a Goobboo. You good boy? He just looks up at me and starts wagging his little stubby tail. I love you, buddy. Honestly, something somewhat unrelated, but also on topic. Hey, go for it. As a guy who does D&D regularly, I've always wanted to make, like, what alcoholic drinks based on D&D. Can I also just point out real quick that, like, for setting up in the middle of a carpeted room on the 2nd floor that's not made for cooking, this has gone exceedingly well. Now, I want to point out that part of the reason it's going exceedingly well is because certain things were helpfully prepped by my partner. But, like, we have a hot plate and everything. Like, nothing's, like, the only mistakes have mostly been, like, Deadpool sabotaging me with the microphone. To be fair. He looked up at you guiltily. Red juice or some of the description of the health problem my players can drink each game. Yeah. Does anybody remember? Did anybody used to go to card shops in like the mid 2000s and they used to have like they actually still have these, but they're like high potion drinks that were like they had like blue ones and red ones for like mana potion and HP potions. They like had so much caffeine in them that you had to be 18 years or older to buy them. I've been waiting for things to get catastrophic. Now, Ray, is that mainly so that you can enact your other plan for the? Oh, thank you. For the other plan you had for the title of the video. Okay, let's see. What is all this together? Okay, cool. Let's read Johan's little bit. I got lost in Ul'dah and wandered into the Alchemist Guild. It wasn't the cooking I had in mind, no, but all the cauldrons and beakers got me curious. So I watched as they mix potions and draughts. I started reading the whiteboard with complex recipes when I had a moment of Namazu inspiration for a drink of my own. It won't heal you quite the same way, but it's very tasty, very refreshing. Okay, and a cocktail shaker. Let's see, okay. 1/2 of a rosemary sprig. Put a little bit of rosemary in there. Ice. Oh, I gotta get some ice. That's fine. I can. 1 ounce Curaçao. Roku gin. Blue Curaçao. Okay. Curaçao. Ooh, smells lovely. I'm just gonna do a small splash of them all because I don't want to get intoxicated in any way, but I'm also curious. This actually does seem like a drink up my alley, so I'm kind of excited. Well, that gin was... Oh, thank you. That gin smells like rosemary. Wait, no, come here. Smell it. Am I crazy? Not crazy. Okay. I had my partner be like, smell it to be like, no, you're not crazy. Okay. 1 ounce triple sec. Ooh, that's... Two-ounce lime juice. Seems like a lot of lime juice. And then 1/2 ounce of maple syrup, which I'm not gonna lie seems like an odd additive, but when in Eorzean, you know, don't you know? I drank one of those when I was little. Wasn't a good idea. I was zipping around the house. Oh my god, Raven, you want one of those? Like, I love you dearly, but like that sounds like just a recipe for a bad time. Ray wants things to go catastrophic. She does have her love of cat girls. Of course, Ray wants for things to be catastrophic. Cute little possums. Yeah. My alternate title: Burning Down the House with Elioaux. I never drank. Hadn't found one that I really like yet. I mean, yeah. I mean, look. There's not really necessarily any reason to get on the drinking bandwagon unless you need to. Like, when I drink, I purely drink for flavor, for taste, which is like that's why like a Coke and sake to me is a lovely, it's just a very enjoyable drink. That's why I like drink it. But other than that, I don't like. I'll drink a Mike's Hard Lemonade because I love lemonade and I love the like little extra sting the alcohol gives for flavor. But or like an Angry Orchard just because it's delicious, right? Hey, who wants it? ASMR stream time. Honestly, now I'm considering that. Do you think we could make money if we just did a Final Fantasy 14 style cooking stream that was all ASMR related? I'm not gonna lie. If I wasn't doing like lore content and or like streaming that like we do right now for the Eorzean Archives, one of the main weird. I lost you guys for half a second, but it's back. One of the main other things I would have done is I would have loved to have started an ASMR channel. Not an ASMR channel where like I'm in the main of the picture and you get to the mic and you like pretend to do like all the things. Fuck that. No, I would have done a like one of the like massage and chiropractic ASMR style channels, because heavens knows, one, I've watched plenty of those to try and fall asleep to, but also they do pretty decently, you know? Although now it's become such an arms race in that field that like, you know, it's not as easy to break in as it once was, which is a funny thing to say about like that, such a specific niche sub community. I'm glad it didn't come to that. What made it worse was my mom got me the mana potion. She told me not to drink it, just use it as decor. I didn't listen. She wasn't happy. I'm torn because on the one hand, power to your mom for realizing that would be a really cool decor for you, but also, and it's your responsibility to not have, but also, especially if you were a child, I don't know what your mother was expecting. I only drink socially because being buzzed among friends is fun, but otherwise it's a miserable feeling for me. Yeah, and it's very variable, right? It's very, very variable. I think, you know, how one individual handles alcohol and also how it affects those around you, and I think you have to be very cognizant of that. Okay, this might be my hot take. I'm not a big fan of ASMR personally. I don't get it. Don't judge people for liking it, and power to them, but definitely not for me. Yeah, I don't think it's a hot take. Dude, the only reason I like it is because weird, random, specific videos like some kung fu master from 25 years ago giving a post, like, lesson massage to someone, triggers tingly, relaxing chemicals in my brain. That's the only reason I like it, right? If it doesn't give you that, like, same, level of, like, you know, I don't even know, dopamine or whatever the hell it is, response, like, of course you don't like it, right? Like, what is this? You know? Yeah, I don't think, yeah. Eorzean. Eorzean archives. I like to joke about ASMR more than elucidate ASMR. Yeah. I think, like, the thing is like, the funny thing is one of those things that most, like, that 20 years ago, there were just some random people who felt that way. I remember the first time I got, like, that response was watching, there were two movies that gave it to me. It was watching The Borrowers, like the 1993 one or whatever year it was. There's a scene where he's like trying to break into a safe and he's like hammering across the wall with a stethoscope trying to figure out, for whatever reason, gave my brain a bunch of good chemicals. And so, you know, most people, and I used to like rewind the VHS just to watch that part, you know, when I was like 7 or something. Most people never ever like either have that response, or for most people throughout their lives, they're going to be in a minority where most people don't know what the hell they're talking about, right? But because internet, now can be a sub-community of it, which is interesting. Now I have a bigger glass bottle mana potion on my shelf. Can't drink that one though. ASMR, the trend now is TikTok, emote. Yeah, no, that very, very different. Joking does activate my two brain thing. I think people call them brain cells. Okay, guys, shall we drink this high elixir? It smells very piney, which I mean, like, I guess isn't crazy thing because it's Caraco and like triple sec and stuff, and the Rokujin, but oh, that was not what I was expecting. Add some more ice. Juniper berries, that makes sense. Okay, yep, that if it's juniper, that definitely makes sense why. No, juniper also to me, like, yeah. Okay, a little more ice definitely help with that. Let me see what I need to add that might make me like it a little bit more, because I feel like it's almost there. I feel like I did something wrong. I think I need to add a little more sweetness, for sure. Should have poured it in the Pokemon cup. Yeah, good point. If it wasn't full of miso still, I would have. Is it time to launch Disco Elysium level or not yet? That's much better. What does this need? Like, don't get me wrong, this is a good drink. Like, you know what I feel like this needs, honestly? And I feel like I would be crucified for this. If you put in a little bit of Sprite, I feel like that would add so much to it. I also feel like it would make it more of like a higher elixir-y drink. If you make this for yourself, it says 2 ounce lime juice, whereas everything else is 1 ounce or half an ounce. I definitely think that's too much lime juice. I mean, it did use lime juice, yeah. But I feel like the water in the Sprite mixed with the carbonation, that would help mellow it out. I'm gonna say something that's probably gonna sound weird. Yeah, it tastes like a mixed drink. It's good. I feel like whenever I have these, they taste good, but they're also like always very, oh, I don't know, alcoholic-y? I don't know how to frame it. Yep, Sprite. I think Sprite or some other like juice. I think all of this is like a good mixed drink, sure. But I think if you wanted like a drink that was like more like a punch, like had less punch and was more like a punch, something they kind of like could drink, you know, a couple of rather than kind of sip on. Because like this is like a sip on drink. This isn't a like drink a good bit. You know? I definitely think cutting it down with like some Sprite and making it something that was lower alcohol content, I think would actually make it more refreshing, which I feel like because it's a high elixir, it should be. Taste is good. It is refreshing. It's just very... The lemon and alcohol both hit you very hard. I mean, it's not like it's particularly bad. Not like it's like aggressively hard, but just like it's a little too hard for it to be refreshing. A lot of drinks made with gin are sippy drinks. Yeah, sip drinks. Yeah, that makes sense. Makes sense. Do you like lychee, Elioaux? Yes, I do. I do love lychee. Lychee's very good. I mean, it did use lime juice. I usually don't like a ton of hard liquor, so I'd probably have the same reaction. Yeah. I mean, again, I'm the guy who's advocating for, you know, doing a sake and Coke where it's 2/3 Coke, 1/3 sake. Honestly, if you wanted to, you could probably put some Mountain Dew in this too. And then it'd be a real high elixir. Okay. What time is it? 7:11? Well, we still got a bit of time. We got a bit of time. I definitely have to be gone by 8. So we have so here's 2 things. I'm thinking the 2 things we have left are Ishgardian tea, I believe, unless I miscommunicated. I don't know if I actually said that we need all the supplies for that. Let me make sure that I... No, yeah, okay, we did. Ishgardian tea. Okay, so Ishgardian tea and Dongo. And I think we're going to save our Ishgardian tea for last. Now, Knight's bread I said we do, but like I said at the top, I didn't proof the bread long enough. So I'm going, once that's done, I will post pictures of it over in the Discord. By the way, if you haven't joined our Discord, go on Discord at GG, GG.backslash, oh my god. I took a couple sips, okay. Discord.gg/Eorzean archives. I lost it. Apparently I just like have to be in the chair to be saying it. You can join us at discord.gg/Eorzean archives. Oh, there we go. There we go. Yep. Discord, yeah. Oh, speaking of, right now, transfers to Crystal Curl are now available. If you would like to join our FC over on Crystal Curl, they are now all available, and we'd love to have you. Cocaine and sake sounds like a dope combo. Cocaine and sake sounds like a terrible... An upper and a depressant like that sounds like a terrible... Nowza, good to glad to have you. Glad to have made it for this one. Did you crush the half sprig in the shake before mixing and stuff, or just plop it in? Because that also impacts taste. I plopped it in, and I know that crushing it would have been better, but I actually don't like rosemary enough for crushing it to have been the better option. So I kind of avoided it, to be honest. Electrochemistry, medium success. The alcohol tastes alcoholic. I love that now. Apparently, I'm just fucking what's his face from Disco Elysium. I'm so weak at alcohol taste, but maybe it's because I don't ever drink, so I'm not used to it yet. That's definitely gonna be part of it. Also, if you're smaller or way less, that can also be part of it. I don't think getting used to hard liquor is a good thing. Yeah, in general, it's like, is it a benefit? Is it? I guess it's technically can be a useful skill in the American culture, but it's not necessarily a good thing. I wonder if replacing the gin with vodka would help. You know, it might. You know, it'd be better though, replacing the gin with sake, because sake is so fucking good. Oh yeah, now I want gin, and now I just want to replace everything with sake. If you enjoy the stream, I remember over Discord. When I come join us at discord.gg/archives. Thank you, Ray. Muscle memory, yeah. Well, my family teases me for my weak taste for it. Are your memories stored in that chair? Apparently, it's just like a piece of like Eorzean store memories in there. Just like another, like it has. I have one of these like embedded in it. I'm a lightweight with alcohol too, nothing to be ashamed of. Yeah, it just means you get to be selective to enjoy it. Exactly, V, exactly. Jackson, good to see, glad to have you. Yeah, everyone teases. Well, you know what? My family's been actually pretty nice about it, but like, I don't really drink much at all. I didn't have my first drink until I was 21. Like, and not because like I'm a teetotaler, but just because, you know, I have my own complicated, you know, familiar history with alcohol. So like, I just wasn't that interested. And then I was in Japan. No, for my 21st birthday, my then partner and me went out to a bar and I got an apple teeny because I loved scrubs. That was my first legal drink. And then the next time I drank, because I really didn't drink much, it was probably literally a couple months later when I was in Japan. And then I, for some reason, was like, I'm gonna have some sake and Coke because that sounds delicious. Chair foci. What'd you miss? You missed, so far, most of the recipes we've gone through. Right now, we're about to start on dango. If you don't know what dango are, they are a Japanese sweet treat, typically. They are the things that Tsuyu constantly eats during Stormblood. Making them with this setup will be an interesting process, so just be forewarned of that. We also have another bit from Johan. There are all sorts of interesting people you can meet while traveling. Yes, we were passing through East Sari along the Ruby Sea when I came across a mountain of a monk, enjoying what he called dango. He was much fun to talk to, yes. He said the dango reminded him of a friend he once had. I asked if I could try some, but he handed me a stick without a green dango, because he knew of the Namazu weakness to tea. Well, now I need to get back to the kitchen and make some for myself. With extra green tea! If you don't know, tea for Namazu is like alcohol, so it basically gets them drunk. Okay, I'm gonna clean up things a little bit, so like a 1 or 2 minute interstitial real quick while I clear things up. Ooh. Bless me. Definitely gonna be vacuuming later. Hey, that's pretty good. Thank you. Okily dokily. Shall we begin? Okie dokie 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 doke. Actually, I still probably should wipe this down real quick. I'm not gonna lie, adding Dr. Pepper to that drink made it a lot better. Because now it tastes like Dr. Pepper, but flavored with all those things, which actually is delicious. Ooh, that's real good. I know none of you will believe me, but it's true. Okay. Now we should be good to go. Okay. Dango, prepment. In a bowl, combine the joshinko, shiratamako, and sugar. Okay. Shiratamako. Kamasan. Oh, why does it have to be kanji? I don't know. I assume, oh, there's Joshinko. Joshinko. Yeah, and this should be Shiratamako. Yes, okay, cool. And sugar. Oh, thank you. Much better pot for this. Okay. And how much water? Half cup of water. Okay. Currently has fourths. One. Cool. Sorry, this one's a little more delicate because it's more akin to baking. Medium pot, medium bowl. 3/4 cups Joshinko rice, flour. Okay. 1/3 cup. Shiratamako. Okay. 1/2 tablespoon sugar. Did the water. Teaspoon of matcha. Not using strawberry, but we are doing 1 pink for the. Okay, cool. Add more water as needed. Okay. Turn the water up. Okay. So now let's take the bowls. Actually, this will work really well for this. Okie dokie dokie. Let's measure all that out. Okay. Again, it was. I'm not good with measuring because I always forget to. 3/4 cup. Water cup. Okay, so I'm just counting. Yeah, this will. You want a treat? You guys want to say hi to Deadpool in a second? In a little bit? Oh, no, I can't read you guys when the class is off. Bless you. Thank you. I think you chased it backwards. Should be alcohol then soda, not the other way around. Can someone explain to me how, if it makes a difference, if it does? My partner's in the other room who keeps me like, I keep being like, no, this will work fine. I'll just make this work. And then like comes in like half a minute later with the right stuff. It's just like use the click. Just, it's fine. Just use the right, like clearly, like just, it's okay. It's just, here you go. Your life will be easier. Just. Sounds good, Raven. Have a good time. Bless you, bless you, bless you. I did not know about the Namazu until I was reading the cookbook. Yeah, it's really good. Gosetsu, yeah, Tsuyu love Gosetsu. Yes, I love that. He's talking to Gosetsu certainly once he starts traveling post 3.3 when he goes on his whole Shugendo thing. Okay. And it was Joshinko 3/4 cups. This is Joshinko, I believe, because this is Shiro. What's it? I mean, it says cups. Cups will work fine. she gave in with the weight because like it also has it in grams rather than in cups, cup amounts. Fourth cup, yeah. Almost. Yeah, that should be good. Hi, buddy. That's 1 cup. That should be good. Guess we're just a little above 1/3. Again, I will ask, would you guys like to see the boy? He's hovering around my leg. And because he keeps knocking things over, I'm considering sending him out. Non-alcoholic chaser cleanses the alcohol taste from the mouth, and or at least gives you something else to taste through the worst of the alcohol burn, like a Suna for your mouth. Well, it doesn't taste. It's a pleasant enough drink to taste where it's not that bad. The boy, the good feast boy. Okay, Deadpool, you ready? Come here, bud. Come here. Oh, what you do? Ah. Good job. Oh no, the boy knows too much. Yeah. Like a Suna from my mouth. I know, that was such a good analogy. Okay. Um. And sugar. Okay, cool. I'm using a little extra sugar compared to what I should, but I like my dango a little sweeter. So what we're gonna do for the dango is I'm mixing up the sugar and the 2 different rice flours, and then we're gonna pour in the hot water once it's done heating up, and then we're gonna knead it all. We're gonna knead it all together into little dough balls. Hi, puppy. I think you should pour the water into the flour mix and not use the hot pan, or you will just get cooked dough. Yes. Yes. I'm just heating it up, the water enough up to be warm. Because it calls for warm water. Okay. And that's a half a cup. Cool. I believe my part, yeah, brought me more water. Cool. Hi, buddy. Can I help you? God. Fine, quick. You want to keep your hands wet during this process. Oh, Deadpool. I don't think you want to eat that. Alright, give me a second. Definitely need more water. I know this is not very visual at the moment, but it is messy. Well, I guess it's kind of visual, looking at it on camera. One fun thing about Dango, it's super sticky. Kind of the point. He's making Dango. It's true, I am. I think you should pour the water into the flour mix. Yeah. Got that. So guys, is this what you were expecting for the cooking stream? How's it been going thus far? Was it worth the funding? Dejong. 5-star would watch again. Good. What recipe from the cookbook, for those of you who have it, would you most like to see that we didn't get to? We could always have like a cook together night too on the Discord or something. Or I could teach like a recipe to you guys or something. Not a single forbidden candy, and Raven should get their money back. Well, we did start at the very beginning of the stream showing off the forbidden candies. I definitely added a little bit too much water to the... Wonder if I can counteract that by adding a little bit of flour back. I mean, obviously that's like you don't go chasing that dragon and baking. Like that's like one of the worst things you can do, right? It's like you start chasing it one way and then the other, and then it gets terrible. Let's... Be right back. Okie dokie doke. Okay. We won't chase that immediately, but what we will do is check. Set this in a place where I can easily read it. I'll combine them, place in under the damp chicken. I'll need the... Okay, yeah. So what we're gonna do, put in a little bit. And we're just gonna put in a little bit. Okay. Knead the dough until completely smooth. Divide the dough into 3 equal portions. Cover the 2 portions with a damp kitchen towel. Honestly, right now I'm less worried about drying out, more worried about wet. And mix that back together, then do 3 portions, and then we're gonna do matcha with 1 portion, that with 1 portion. Okay, cool. Yeah, there we go, much better. Yeah, so that high elixir, it was not quite a Archon loaf, by the way. We never did give it official rating. But I will give it a... Archon burger... Archon burger for Ali's say that had pickles on it that she couldn't get rid of. A thing that it could be good, but it needs something either added or removed. What did V say? Man, if only you had something that could perfectly weigh your ingredients. Well. Bacon bread may also be making it when people... Ooh, bacon bread. Yeah, a lot of people say have been saying to make bacon bread or been making bacon bread. I saw one of you guys mention you were making it in the Discord. The bacon bread is very good. Me and my mom and I thought I needed a little something extra, so they made a mustard dipping sauce. Ooh, that does sound good. That sounds amazing. One problem, it's an American scale, so the units are all messed up. It might sound strange, but you can lightly dust flour on your hands to keep the dough from sticking to you. That's not strange at all, and usually you'd think I'd remember that used to having done that in the past. Like I said, baking's not for whatever reason, is just not my biggest forte. Including basic shit that I mess up with it, even years into having done it. Okay. Okay. Yeah, there we go. There we go. There we go. Okay, now. God, it's like a non-Newtonian fluid. 3 sections. All roughly the same size. Okay. Yep. Cool. That on there. Okay, now we need to put red food dye on one of them to make the red dongo. Technically, you would usually use strawberry, but I hate strawberry. I love strawberries. I hate strawberry. So I'm just going to use food dye. Give it the color. Oh god, it looks like I'm bleeding. Hope YouTube doesn't demonetize me. Good. Let's mix up this boy. To all those who bake regularly who are horrified by how I'm doing things, I apologize in advance. I guess apologize intra rather than advanced. Dude, working this job professionally, I can tell you what, YouTube will demonetize plenty of things, but yeah. Well, it seems like YouTube will demonetize it for anything nowadays. What is community guidelines again? Yeah. I am frustrated on behalf of many people. I also don't envy the job. Because you're kind of damned if you do. Now, I don't think they're doing particularly a great job, but at the same time, I have some empathy. Okay, matcha, which I don't love, but I hate less, and I also know that my partners here would probably enjoy being able to have some matcha in there. Dongo. Oh no! Bear back, I get the ink off my fingers. Whoops, all pink dongo. Not actually, this should be fine. Funny, the matcha I'm sure tastes like you know, much better, but not quite as efficient at like changing the color. Definitely smells like matcha. What do you guys think? Good enough or need to be more green? One small problem, V is married. Mustard is gross, BBQ is true sauce for bacon. I don't like yellow mustard. Yellow mustard is gross, but like a Dijon's awesome. The only reason you made looks very pale, a little more green. More green. Just Ray over here like Kylo Ren. That's a spicy dongo. Should it be this big? No, Crypt, they get cut up. But like you don't want to have to mix each dongo, right? So like these are each going to become smaller. I thought the common practice, pour or some flour on your hands and some of your workstation. Yeah. Yes, it is. That is the very common practice. I like yellow mustard on, say, a burger or a hot dog, but that's about it. Honestly, I don't like yellow mustard on anything, but I understand why some do. Okay. Divide each portion into 4 pieces with your hands. Lightly moisten, shape the dough into smooth balls. Transfer to a plate and cover with a damp towel to keep the dough drying out. Bring a pot with the water to boil. Fill a boil with ice. Need some more water. Cool. Now we split them up. And then okay. One. All 3. At least my greens are standard glam. Should be a green, it glows like it's radioactive. Anybody have recommendations, resources for making your own tea blends? I accidentally get myself way too much white and black tea. That's a great question. I don't know about resources. I kind of just play it by ear for sure. Light. Oh no. Trying to make sure I get all the color and stuff off my hand before I do the white ones. White ones are gonna be a little small. Not my white balls. Okie dokie doke. Okie doke. Okie dokie doke. Okie dokie doke. Okay, guys. Guys, we're actually gonna probably get through everything. I may have to call it after Dongo though, and save the Ishgardian tea for maybe I'll make that with the and have it with my Knight's bread. I think that's the right way to do it. Balls transfer plate over the keep running out. Bring a pot of water boil. Fill the bowl with Dongo to the pot. Bottom. Once the Dongo starts to flow after here, they're done. Bath, like cool for water. Drink. Okay, cool. Cool. We're almost there. Gotta make it green as a Sabotender. Yeah, exactly. You know what's up. Yeah, rating limits. Yeah, I'm trying to wrap it up here. To anyone, I'm gonna try really hard not to be late because I think I can do this in time. But if I'm a little bit behind, I apologize to my raid mates. To those of you who've been keeping me on time, I appreciate it. At least green is my standard clam. Yeah. Okay. Gotta wait for water to boil. Raid. Yeah, rating, like Savage rating. Currently making our way through P10. Not exactly day one, like, you know, trying to frog fast clearers, but we, you know, making it bit by bit. Yeah, I'll definitely won't like go crazy. As V said, rush carefully. Yeah, I don't know if any of you guys do Savage rating. P10 sure is something. Tell you what. Rush carefully. Yeah, I mean, honestly, that's a good thing to yell at Elioaux on the reg. Gonna be targeting and singer. Nice, Zapavel. Good luck with that, man. Well, it might be high enough as long as I throw them all in at the same time. Yeah, the nice thing about the Endsinger one is, honestly, it's not that hard. The hardest thing about it is just making sure to understand your causality. I think it's like the middle of it. There's a part where you have, basically, there's an order of 3 possible things you could get, and you need to remember what your order is, and that's like the biggest personal responsibility part of the fight. After that, it's kind of, you could danger Dorito most of it, for sure. P10 is, how is it? We finally got some pretty clear 11 strikes. Oh, in 9? 10's good, 10's good. From what I hear, 10's a lot harder than 11. 10's got a lot of party positioning management. There's a lot of personal responsibility in this tier in a way that I feel like historically, I don't know, Kefka was personal responsibility too. Like, Omega had that, but it just didn't feel like it. There's a lot of, like, it feels like there's a lot of personal responsibility in a way that's, like, probably for the best. You don't want it to not be that. But by the same token, you know, and I say this tier, I'm talking about 9 and 10. So, like, you know, 11 and 12 may be completely different. Okay. I'll start putting them in a second here. Come on. Well, I know a watch pot never boils, but just this once. You should be good. I see you're already starting to boil. I'm doing it. gonna take about 2 to 3 minutes. Make sure they'll start to float when they're done. Make sure don't let them stick to the bottom. Let me respond to you guys. I never tried legit savage modes though. Well, I would definitely recommend it. So the nice thing, Meowza, is like if you do old synced ones, you'll still have effective Biss, and sure you might have Echo, but it's still a meaningful experience. Big recommend. I would say if you're new to Savage, honestly, one of the best ones I feel like probably for getting into might be 1 through 4 in terms of like as a single tier. X-Death is a really good fight. It's pretty straightforward, and the 3 fights before it are pretty easy-ish. And you have more higher level abilities because you're in your 70s. I'm sure other people, I mean, it probably depends on who you ask. I wouldn't necessarily recommend doing Alexander, especially not 5 through 8, because fuck 6 and 8. But yeah, I mean, Eden, going to sync in Eden, and honestly, even, especially now, like, I would say, like, learning, P1 through P4, super achievable, super doable. I would do Savage raiding, but my sleep schedule due to my night shift job doesn't make it easy to find raiding party. Yeah, I would say, like, if there gets to a point where I have more time and people are interested in community learning, like we could do, you know, people's first clear Savage and just pick, like, you know, O1S, you know, super easy fight. Super easy fight. Synced. I had a static, chill, low skill, prioritize, fun over clears, no drama allowed. The drama happened and it uploaded. Yeah, I think that's all too common. Looks like it'll be spooky. I hope it can do more hard content in the future, like maybe the Ultimate Trials, then Savage rating. Ultimate Trials? Do you mean EX Trials? Because Ultimate would be harder than Savage. Like, Ultimate raids are like, Uwu and that sort of stuff would be harder than most Savages. E10 has a special place in my fondness, though. Fan Daniels VA did a good job. Is it Fan Daniels? I mean, I guess it does sound like Hermes, so, like, yeah. I wasn't sure. You definitely did a good job, though. 8 more minutes, Elioaux. Boil that water faster. I'm working on it. I see. Look forward to it. We should clear P9 play any week now. Yeah. Well, the thing is once you are able to consistently, whether you're doing JP or Oppo, do Levin Strike, it's a lot more straightforward. Like, the whole section with Behemoth is not that hard. It's pretty straightforward. And then Levin Strike 2 is really straightforward. Like, the rest of the mechanics in the fight are really easy. I mean, the hardest thing I think is knowing your timing for doing rocks, because you have to be ready to be in your position so quickly after. It's as slow to boil as the AR storyline. I would be up for Baby's First Savage learning, but yeah, we should definitely do that, because there's a lot of, I mean, even if we did like Twin Tanya, I mean, Twin Tanya is a pain in one sense, but if you have Echo and you teach people how to do it the broken way, you can super clear it easy. And those voice lines are forever. Yeah, probably not. Let's not Twin Tanya though. Probably what we would do is we definitely do. I wouldn't want to do any of the coils because most of those bosses aren't really bosses. Honestly, Alta Roy is so easy. I think that's probably where I'd start people. Levin 2 help. Levin 2, just pick 4 people who are going to be the people on the outside and 4 people who are going to be on the inside. Make the 4 people on the inside the people who are good at responding to which direction you're going to have them face. The 4 people who are not as good as that, they will be the ones making sure that they're just doing the numbers. You know, you can make it consistently the same people by making the people who are furthest away get the numbers. So just choose 4 people who you think are maybe going to have the hardest figuring out the other part, and just have them get the numbers. And a base of 4 line for 11 to agreed. I love hearing the VA line. Okay. These are going to be should be finished up in just a second here. And then once these are good, I technically should let them dry out for a little bit longer, or throw powdered sugar on them and a couple other things. But I gotta go, because I got rating. Ray or V, if either of you are here, if you could do some of the outro things. All paths lead back to me. Last half of the area with the laser, yeah. Elioux, you convinced me to buy the cookbook, too. Yes! Also, good to see you. Glad to have you. I'm muting, yeah. No worries, no worries. This is YouTube. We're contractually obligated to say like, share, and subscribe. If you can just like boop the like button, and then if you bloop it a second time, make sure to boop it a third time. In fact, just make sure you bloop it an odd number of times. Also, if you're commenting at this point, I'm assuming you're subscribed. Friendly reminder, there's new video streams every Monday and Tuesday. New videos on Wednesday if we put out new videos. Currently, things are going through a shuffle. Obviously, we've got FanFest coming up and stuff. Naniri's working on some videos, which is exciting. Thursday, me and Naniri stream old Final Fantasy games. Currently, we're going through 5. Dude, I don't know if you know this, but Final Fantasy 5, pretty dope. Final Fantasy 5 is pretty good. And all the Final Fantasy 5 fans are sitting there like, we know! We've been trying to tell you for forever! But yeah. Obviously, we're going to be off this coming week because FanFest is coming up, and I'm going to be traveling starting Monday. So, yeah. Thanks for the stream. I feel like I might be able to tackle making Dongo after watching you. Yeah! Honestly, I did it imperfectly, but like if you take your time, Dongo's fun. It's really not that hard. It's a little bit more involved, but in terms of like a baking thing, it's a lot more immediate and solvable in a way than like breads where you have to like proof and all that stuff. I am the emissary, and I shall never die. Kind of ironic coming from you. Catch our series over her and Eorzean on Twitter. Yes, Ray does that. And then want to see more scantily clad archivists? Well, sign up for our Patreon, and you never know what you might get. Yes, you sign up for our Patreon, get your name at the end of videos, as well as in the banner above my head. That's not currently above my head, because for some reason it's causing OBS to crash. But yeah. Let me get... Uh-oh, did my partner take all of the steaks? Well, I may not have access to the skewers, so I may just have to eat the dongo raw. Or not raw necessarily, but like with my hand. Boop, thank you. TY for the stream. It made me want to grab something to it. Can't wait to for Puppet Elioaux extravaganza. I'm excited for the Puppet Elioaux extravaganza. We're on our way there. Okay, I'm gonna pop one of these dongo out. I will make sure to take pictures of them when they get done. But for now, I'm gonna pop one of them out and eat it and give you a review on how it tastes because I gotta go. Sorry. Thank you. Thank you for the skewer. That feels like a dongo. What is the actual order of dongo you're supposed to do? Okay, it's green at bottom, red at top. Ooh, that's hot. Yeah, the thing that's been in boiling water is hot. No shit, Elioux. Good job. Now, actual dongo skewers would be shorter than this. So, obviously, this is discount dongo, but I'm Elioux, and you're here with discount dongo! Woo! It's good. Tastes like dongo. I should have used more sugar. Part of that's just being an American, but everything else, not bad. He's learning. Indeed. We did good, guys. We did good. Can I point out, I'm sorry. Can I get a round of applause here? I went through that entire book of all the recipes we had, other than Ishgardian tea, but... And I don't even know, I think it's probably because we didn't have all the stuff right away. But, like, I got through all of that in 4 hours. Like... I'm proud of myself. I did good work this day. Yeah, friendly reminder, Dongo is not very sweet, by the way. If you really like sweet treats, I would recommend adding more sugar than is recommended. And also even consider maybe adding powdered sugar on top. Depending at the end, depending on how sweet you like it. Thank you. Thank you. Guys, this has been a lot of fun, and I want to, again, thank you very much. This would probably not have been able to happen in as feasible or realistic a fashion without my partner's help, not only throughout the process, but also for helping me to grab a lot of the supplies. We'll blue bug one additional time for that. In fact, maybe even thrice for all the work. Thank you, Infinite. Weird way of spelling disappointed you have there. Yeah, that was impressive. I don't know if it would have been possible without the pro setup. That's your partner too. Yep. Okay, guys. You probably won't hear much from me for the next week because we got FanFest coming up. However, that said, I'm going to try to at least be around somewhat in the Discord for talking and having questions, though I will be on the road, so I probably won't be able to play much with people. Yeah. It's been lovely hanging out with you guys, and see you guys very soon. Have a lovely evening, everybody. I've been Eorzean, and this has been a extravaganza? We'll go with that.